Hello, and welcome to Easy Drift Sleep. To support our quiet corner of calm, please consider liking this story and subscribing for future peaceful escapes. Welcome to a journey into the quiet heart of ancient Japan, a land where honor bloomed like the cherry blossoms and the moon cast long, gentle shadows over hallowed temples. We begin our story not with the clash of steel, but with the soft whisper of the wind through bamboo groves, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and distant incense. This is a world steeped in tradition, a place where every rustle of a silk kimono, every sip of green tea, held a profound significance. Tonight, we step into that world, allowing its timeless beauty and serene rhythms to envelop us, guiding us towards a deep and peaceful rest. Imagine a time long past, an era known as Feudal Japan, where the landscape was a tapestry of mist-shrouded mountains, verdant valleys, and the intricate architecture of wooden castles and humble abodes. This was the age of the samurai, not merely warriors, but figures of immense cultural weight, embodying a code of conduct that shaped their lives and their very souls. Their existence was a delicate balance between rigorous discipline and a profound appreciation for the ephemeral beauty of the world around them. We will journey through their world, observing their quiet customs and the serene environments they cultivated, allowing the gentle cadence of their lives to soothe our own. Our guide on this tranquil path is a samurai named Kenshin, a man whose strength lay not just in his mastery of the sword, but in the unwavering composure of his spirit. Kenshin's story is one of inner peace and reflection, a quiet exploration of what it meant to live with integrity in a world often fraught with change. His journey is a testament to the enduring power of mindfulness, a practice woven into the very fabric of samurai life, long before the term was widely understood. We will follow his footsteps, observing the meticulous care he brought to every task, from the simplest ritual to the most profound meditation. Kenshin resides in a secluded dwelling nestled within a quiet valley, far from the bustling cities and the clamor of political intrigue. His home is a study in elegant simplicity, a testament to the Japanese aesthetic of wabi-sabi, finding beauty in imperfection and transience. The structure itself is crafted from dark, aged wood, its beams and posts smoothed by generations of hands. Paper shoji screens slide open to reveal views of a meticulously maintained garden, a living painting that changes with each season. The roof, gently sloped, is covered in dark, weathered tiles, often dusted with pine needles from the surrounding forest. Inside, the air is still and clean, carrying the faint, earthy scent of tatami mats. These woven rush mats cover the floors, providing a soft, resilient surface that absorbs sound and invites quiet contemplation. The room is uncluttered, free from the distractions of unnecessary possessions. A single scroll depicting a solitary crane in flight might adorn one wall, its brushstrokes conveying both strength and grace. A vase holding a single, perfectly arranged branch of flowering plum or cherry might sit in an alcove, an embodiment of the art of ikebana, or flower arrangement. Kenshin's daily routine begins before dawn, with the first hint of pale light filtering through the shoji screens. He rises from his futon, a warm, comforting bedding laid directly on the tatami, and folds it away with careful, deliberate movements. This act of tidiness is itself a form of meditation, bringing order to his physical space and, by extension, to his mind. The cool morning air, crisp and clean, invigorates his senses as he prepares for the day. His first ritual is often a quiet moment in his garden. This garden is not a wild, untamed space, but a carefully sculpted landscape designed to evoke the grandeur of nature in miniature. Raked gravel paths wind through moss-covered stones, each stone placed with intention, representing mountains or islands. A small, still pond reflects the sky, its surface occasionally rippled by a passing breeze or the gentle plop of a falling leaf. The moss, a vibrant emerald green, thrives in the shaded corners, creating a carpet of ancient softness. Kenshin might spend time raking the gravel into precise, flowing patterns, an act of repetitive motion that clears the mind and focuses attention. Each stroke of the rake is a deliberate gesture, erasing the imperfections of the previous day and creating a fresh, pristine surface. The sound of water is often present in these gardens, a subtle, soothing element. Perhaps a small bamboo shishiodoshi, a deer scare, periodically tips its bamboo arm, releasing a stream of water into a stone basin with a gentle clack. This rhythmic sound, both unexpected and predictable, serves as a natural chime, marking the passage of time and drawing the listener into the present moment. The air in the garden carries the subtle fragrance of damp earth, pine needles, and the delicate scent of blooming flowers in their season. After his morning meditation in the garden, Kenshin prepares his tea. The tea ceremony, or chanoyu, is a profound ritual in Japanese culture, particularly for the samurai. It is not merely about drinking tea, but about the meticulous preparation, the graceful movements, and the shared moment of tranquility. Kenshin uses a small, unglazed ceramic bowl, a bamboo whisk, and finely powdered green tea, or matcha. He heats the water over a small, charcoal brazier, watching the steam rise, listening to the gentle hiss and bubble. Every movement is precise, economical, and imbued with respect. He cleans the bowl, whisks the tea and hot water into a frothy, vibrant green liquid, and then sips it slowly, savoring the slightly bitter, earthy taste. This ritual is a lesson in presence, a reminder to find beauty and meaning in the simplest of actions. The warmth of the bowl in his hands, the aroma of the tea, the quiet focus, all contribute to a state of profound inner calm. This disciplined yet peaceful daily routine is a cornerstone of his existence, a way to cultivate inner harmony amidst the potential chaos of the world. Kenshin's attire reflects his commitment to simplicity and practicality, yet it is also imbued with a quiet dignity. He wears a kimono of soft, muted silk or cotton, its fabric flowing gently with his movements. The colors are typically understated, deep indigo, charcoal gray, or forest green, chosen to blend with the natural world rather than to stand out. The texture of the silk is smooth and cool against the skin, a subtle luxury that speaks to comfort and tradition. Over this, he might wear a hakama, a wide-legged pleated trouser, and a hari, a short jacket, completing an ensemble that is both functional and aesthetically pleasing. Even his sword, the katana, though a weapon, is treated with reverence and artistry. Its blade, forged through countless folds and hammerings, possesses a unique grain pattern called hamon, a testament to the master swordsmith's skill. The hilt, wrapped in silk cord over ray skin, provides a firm grip, while the tsuba, or hand guard, might be an intricate work of metal art, depicting natural motifs like waves, dragons, or cherry blossoms. When Kenshin is not training or on duty, the The katana rests in its lacquered scabbard, a symbol of his readiness, yet also an object of profound beauty and cultural significance. Beyond the physical aspects of his life, Kenshin dedicates time to intellectual and artistic pursuits. Calligraphy, the art of beautiful writing, is another meditative practice. With a brush made of animal hair, ink ground from a solid stick on a stone, and fine paper, he practices writing characters, focusing on the balance, flow, and energy of each stroke. The act demands complete concentration, a steady hand, and a clear mind. The subtle scent of the ink, the whisper of the brush on paper, the visual elegance of the finished character, these elements combine to create a deeply satisfying and calming experience. He might also tend to a miniature garden, a bonsai or bonsai, recreating landscapes on a tray with sand and small stones, or cultivating a meticulously pruned miniature tree. The bonsai, a living sculpture, requires years of patient care, shaping, and nurturing. Each tiny branch, each leaf, is a testament to the passage of time and the dedication of its caretaker. This act of tending to something so delicate yet so resilient teaches patience and an appreciation for the slow, unfolding processes of nature. It is a quiet conversation between man and plant, a shared journey of growth and transformation. In the evenings, as the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Kenshin might sit on his veranda, gazing out at his garden. The air grows cooler, and the sounds of the day begin to recede, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves. The moon, when full, casts a soft, ethereal glow, illuminating the raked gravel and the still pond, transforming the familiar landscape into something otherworldly. This quiet observation of the natural world is a form of contemplation, a way to connect with the timeless rhythms of the universe. Sometimes, he might light a small hearth fire within his humble abode, its warm, comforting glow casting dancing shadows on the tatami mats and the wooden pillars. The crackling of the burning wood, the subtle scent of smoke, and the gentle warmth create an atmosphere of profound peace and coziness. It is a moment to reflect on the day, to let go of any lingering thoughts, and to prepare the mind for the restorative sleep that awaits. The simplicity of these moments, the absence of artificial light and noise, allows the senses to sharpen and the mind to quieten. Kenshin's commitment to self-improvement and inner harmony is not about rigid austerity, but about finding balance and cultivating a rich inner life. He understands that true strength comes from within, from a mind that is clear and a spirit that is unburdened. His stoic yet peaceful expression is a reflection of this inner work, a testament to years of disciplined practice and thoughtful introspection. He embodies the ideal of the peaceful warrior, one who seeks harmony not through avoidance of conflict, but through mastery of self. The samurai's deep respect for silence is a powerful tool for mental quietude. In a world that often demands constant attention and stimulation, the ability to embrace silence, to listen to the subtle sounds of nature or the quiet rhythm of one's own breath, is a profound skill. Kenshin often practices a form of mindful meditation amidst nature, sitting perfectly still, observing the flight of a bird, the sway of a branch, or the slow drift of a cloud. This practice grounds him, connecting him to the earth and the vastness of the sky. His connection to the natural world is not merely aesthetic, it is deeply spiritual. He sees the cycles of nature, the blooming of the cherry blossoms, the falling of autumn leaves, the stillness of winter snow, as metaphors for life itself. Each season brings its own beauty, its own lessons. The cherry blossoms, in particular, hold a special significance. Their ephemeral beauty, their brief but spectacular bloom, serves as a poignant reminder of the transient nature of life, a concept known as mono-no-aware. This gentle melancholy, this appreciation for the fleeting, is not a source of sadness, but a catalyst for living fully in the present moment. As the day draws to a close, Kenshin might take a final, slow walk through his garden. The refreshing coolness of the mountain air brushes against his face, carrying the subtle scent of damp earth and pine needles from the temple grounds nearby. He might pause by a small stream, listening to the gentle gurgle of pure spring water as it flows over smooth stones. Sometimes, he drinks from this stream, using a bamboo ladle, the cool, clean water a simple, invigorating pleasure. These sensory details, so often overlooked in the rush of modern life, are cherished moments for Kenshin, anchoring him to the present and to the profound beauty of his surroundings. The moon begins its slow ascent, casting a soft, silver glow over the landscape. The stars, countless and distant, begin to prick the velvet darkness of the sky. Kenshin prepares for rest, his movements unhurried and deliberate. He might take a final sip of warm tea, allowing its gentle heat to spread through him, easing any remaining traces of the day. The simple, uncluttered room, the soft tatami mats, the quietude of the night, all conspire to create an environment conducive to deep, restorative sleep. He lays out his futon, arranging the soft, comforting blanket and pillow with care. The warmth of the futon invites a sense of security and ease, a gentle embrace after a day lived with intention and quiet purpose. As he settles down, the last thoughts of the day begin to dissipate, like mist lifting from a mountain peak. The gentle rhythm of his breath becomes the most prominent sound, a soft, steady flow that carries him towards the threshold of sleep. The world outside his dwelling is hushed, save for the occasional call of a night bird or the whisper of the wind through the tall pines. The moon, now higher in the sky, bathes the world in its tranquil light, a silent guardian watching over the sleeping earth. Kenshin's journey, his day of quiet discipline and profound connection to nature, has prepared him for this moment of deep repose. His mind, clear and calm, is ready to surrender to the restorative power of the night. We too can feel this sense of profound peace, this quiet dignity that permeates Kenshin's world. The meticulous care he brings to every detail, the reverence for nature, the disciplined focus on inner harmony, these are not just ancient practices, but timeless principles that guide us towards a more peaceful existence. As the moon continues its slow arc across the sky, let the images of Kenshin's serene abode, his tranquil garden, and his quiet rituals gently envelop you. Feel the softness of the imagined tatami, the warmth of the hearth fire, the coolness of the mountain air. Let these sensations guide you, effortlessly, into a state of deep, unwavering calm. The world of feudal Japan, with its honor and its beauty, now holds you gently, preparing you for a night of profound and restorative sleep. The world of feudal Japan, with its honor and its beauty, now holds you gently, preparing you for a night of profound and restorative sleep. Tonight, we journey deeper into that world, beyond the quiet garden and the tranquil hearth, to explore the very foundations of the samurai's existence, the intricate tapestry of their daily lives, their profound philosophies, and the landscapes that shaped their spirit. We begin our descent into the quiet heart of their world, a journey not of physical distance, but of gentle immersion into a bygone era. Imagine, if you will, the early morning hours in a samurai's domain. Before the first rays of dawn pierce the eastern sky, a profound stillness envelops the land. The air is cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant pine. The only sounds might be the rustle of bamboo in a gentle breeze, or the distant call of a night bird settling into its slumber. This is the time when the samurai often began their day, not with a clamor, but with a quiet, deliberate awakening. Their homes, typically constructed of wood and paper, were designed to harmonize with nature. Sliding shoji screens, made of translucent paper stretched over a wooden lattice, allowed a soft, diffused light to enter as the sun rose, blurring the distinction between inside and outside. The floors were covered with tatami mats, woven from rush and rice straw, providing a firm yet yielding surface that absorbed sound and offered a natural, earthy aroma. These mats were not merely floor coverings, they were integral to the spatial arrangement, often dictating the size and proportion of rooms. A room might be described as having 6 mats or 8 mats, a precise measurement that conveyed its function and status. The samurai's morning ritual was often a meticulous affair, reflecting the discipline that permeated every aspect of their lives. Personal hygiene was paramount, not just for cleanliness, but as a form of purification. A basin of cool water, perhaps drawn from a nearby well, would be used for washing the face and hands. The hair, often worn in a top-knot called a chonmage, required careful arrangement. This distinctive hairstyle, though practical for securing a helmet in battle, also became a powerful symbol of status and identity for the samurai class. Its maintenance was a daily task, involving oiling and careful binding. Following these personal preparations, the samurai would often engage in a period of quiet contemplation or meditation. Zen Buddhism, which had been introduced to Japan centuries earlier, found fertile ground among the warrior class. Its emphasis on self-discipline, mental clarity, and the acceptance of impermanence resonated deeply with the samurai's demanding way of life. Sitting in zazen, a form of seated meditation, they would focus on their breath, observing thoughts as they arose and passed, seeking to quiet the mind and cultivate a state of present awareness. This practice was not merely spiritual, it was considered essential training for combat, fostering the calm resolve and quick decision-making required in battle. The morning meal, though simple, was prepared with care. Rice, the staple of the Japanese diet, would be served, often accompanied by miso soup, a savory broth made from fermented soybean paste, and perhaps some pickled vegetables, known as tsukemino. These humble foods provided sustenance and energy, prepared with an appreciation for their natural flavors and textures. The act of eating itself was often approached with a mindful awareness, a quiet gratitude for the nourishment received. After these personal rituals, the samurai's day would unfold according to their duties and rank. For those serving a lord, their responsibilities might include administrative tasks, overseeing agricultural lands, or training in martial arts. The samurai were not solely warriors, they were also administrators, scholars, and poets, embodying the ideal of bunbu ryodo, the pen and the sword in accord. This philosophy stressed the importance of cultivating both martial prowess and intellectual refinement. Their training was rigorous and lifelong. Swordsmanship, or kenjutsu, was central to their identity. The katana, the iconic curved sword, was not merely a weapon but an extension of the samurai soul, imbued with spiritual significance. The forging of a katana was a sacred art, involving master smiths who meticulously folded and hammered steel thousands of times to create a blade of unparalleled sharpness and resilience. Each sword was a unique masterpiece, often passed down through generations. Training in kenjutsu involved countless hours of practice, often beginning in childhood. Young samurai would learn various stances, cuts, and blocks, practicing with wooden swords called bokken before graduating to real blades. Beyond physical technique, the training emphasized mental discipline, intuition, and the ability to anticipate an opponent's movements. It was a dance of precision and power, where a single, well-placed strike could decide the outcome. But swordsmanship was only one aspect of their martial arts. The samurai also trained in archery, kijutsu, mastering the long Japanese bow, which could launch arrows with formidable power and accuracy. Horsemanship, bujutsu, was equally vital, allowing them to maneuver effectively on the battlefield. They practiced jujitsu, a form of unarmed combat, and the use of various polearms like the yari, spear, and naginata, a pole weapon with a curved blade. This comprehensive training ensured they were versatile and formidable warriors, capable of adapting to different combat situations. Beyond the physical, the samurai's education encompassed a broad range of subjects. They studied classical Chinese and Japanese literature, poetry, calligraphy, and history. The ability to compose a compelling poem, to write with elegant brushstrokes, or to engage in a learned discussion was as valued as skill with a sword. These intellectual pursuits fostered a sense of aesthetic appreciation, a deep connection to beauty that often found expression in the natural world. Consider the cherry blossoms, or sakura. These delicate flowers, blooming for only a brief period in spring, held profound symbolic meaning for the samurai. Their ephemeral beauty, their vibrant life followed by a swift, graceful fall, mirrored the samurai's own existence. Life was precious, fleeting, and could end at any moment in battle. The sakura reminded them to live each moment fully, to appreciate beauty, and to accept the impermanence of all things. The tradition of hanami, or cherry blossom viewing, became a cherished practice, a time for contemplation and celebration, often accompanied by poetry and sake. The concept of Bushido, the way of the warrior, codified the moral principles that guided the samurai. Though formalized later, its tenets were deeply ingrained in their culture. These included rectitude, gi, courage, u, benevolence, jin, respect, rei, honesty, makoto, honor, meo, and loyalty, chugi. Loyalty to one's lord was paramount, often transcending personal desires or even family ties. A samurai's honor was his most prized possession, something to be defended at all costs. To lose honor was to lose everything, often leading to the ritual suicide of seppuku, a final act to restore integrity. This profound sense of honor extended to their interactions with others. Respect was shown through elaborate etiquette, from bowing to the precise manner of serving tea. The Japanese tea ceremony, or chanoyu, was more than just preparing and serving tea. It was a meditative art form, a meticulously choreographed ritual emphasizing harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. Each movement, each gesture, was performed with deliberate grace, transforming a simple act into a profound aesthetic and spiritual experience. Samurai often engaged in chanoyu as a way to cultivate inner peace and mental clarity amidst the chaos of their world. As the day progressed, the samurai might attend to their administrative duties. This could involve managing their lord's estates, collecting taxes, or adjudicating disputes among villagers. Their role was often that of a local governor, responsible for the welfare and order of the populace under their charge. They were expected to be fair and just, embodying the principle of benevolence, jin, even in their governance. The landscape itself played an integral role in the samurai's worldview. Japan's mountainous terrain, its dense forests, and its rugged coastlines fostered a deep reverence for nature. Mountains were often considered sacred, home to gods and spirits. Temples and shrines were frequently built in serene, secluded mountain settings, offering places of quiet contemplation and spiritual refuge. The changing seasons, each with its distinct beauty, were observed and celebrated in poetry and art, reflecting the cyclical nature of life and the passage of time. As evening approached, the pace would gently slow. The sounds of daily life would begin to recede. Perhaps the distant rhythmic pounding of rice for mochi, or the gentle clatter of wooden sandals on a path. The soft glow of lanterns would begin to appear, casting warm, inviting light. Inside the samurai's home, the shoji screens would be closed, creating a sense of intimate enclosure. Dinner would again be a simple, nourishing affair, perhaps a bowl of noodles or grilled fish, accompanied by rice and tea. The family would gather, and though conversation might be restrained, there was a quiet sense of connection and shared existence. The samurai family structure was often patriarchal, with the head of the household holding significant authority. However, women in samurai families also held important roles, managing the household, raising children, and often possessing a strong sense of discipline and resolve themselves. After the evening meal, there might be time for reading, calligraphy practice, or perhaps a game of go or shogi, strategic board games that honed the mind and encouraged tactical thinking. These activities were not merely pastimes but extensions of their training, sharpening their intellect and fostering patience. As the moon began its ascent, casting its gentle light upon the land, the samurai would prepare for rest. Their sleeping arrangements were simple, a futon mattress unrolled directly onto the tatami mats, covered with blankets. The simplicity of their sleeping space reflected their philosophy of detachment from material possessions, focusing instead on inner cultivation. The night in feudal Japan was profoundly different from our modern experience. Without electric lights, the darkness was deeper, more enveloping. The moon and stars shone with an intensity rarely seen today. Sounds carried further, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the distant howl of a fox. These natural sounds became a lullaby, a gentle reminder of the world's quiet rhythms. Imagine the samurai lying upon his futon, the soft rustle of the shoji screens in a light breeze, the faint scent of incense perhaps lingering in the air. His mind, though trained for vigilance, would now be encouraged to unwind, to process the day's events, and to prepare for the restorative power of sleep. The discipline of his day, the quiet rituals, the connection to nature, all contributed to a profound sense of inner peace. The moon itself held special significance. Often depicted in art and poetry, the moon was a symbol of beauty, serenity, and the passage of time. Its cool, detached light illuminated the world without judgment, offering a sense of calm perspective. A moonlit temple, its eaves silhouetted against the night sky, its gardens bathed in silver, represented a sanctuary of peace, a place where earthly concerns could momentarily recede. The temples of feudal Japan were not just places of worship, they were centers of learning, art, and refuge. Built with exquisite craftsmanship, often from natural wood, their architecture was designed to inspire contemplation and harmony. The gentle curve of their roofs, the intricate carvings, the serene gardens with their raked gravel and carefully placed rocks, all were intended to evoke a sense of balance and tranquility. Within these temples, the soft glow of oil lamps would illuminate ancient scriptures and statues of deities, casting long, dancing shadows. The air would be thick with the scent of incense, a fragrant smoke rising slowly, carrying prayers and intentions upwards. The rhythmic chanting of monks, a deep, resonant hum, would often fill the night air, a sound that could soothe the most troubled spirit. Consider the journey to such a temple under the moonlight. The path, perhaps winding through a forest, would be dimly lit by the moon filtering through the canopy. The sounds of the forest at night, the hoot of an owl, the distant croaking of frogs, would accompany the gentle rhythm of footsteps. Each step would be deliberate, a progression not just through space, but deeper into a state of quiet awareness. Arriving at the temple gates, perhaps a grand wooden structure adorned with intricate carvings, a sense of reverence would naturally descend. Passing through the gate, one would enter a sacred space, a realm distinct from the everyday world. The temple grounds, often extensive, might include a main hall for worship, smaller sub-temples, a bell tower, and meticulously maintained gardens. The sound of the temple bell, struck at dawn and dusk, was a resonant, deep tone that carried far across the landscape, marking the passage of time and calling the faithful to contemplation. At night, its absence underscored the profound silence, broken only by the gentle sounds of nature. Within the main hall, the soft light of lanterns would reveal the intricate details of the altar, perhaps adorned with fresh flowers, offerings of fruit, and flickering candles. The atmosphere would be one of profound peace, a sanctuary from the world's demands. Here, the samurai, like any other person, could find solace, reflect on their actions, and seek spiritual guidance. The gardens of these temples were masterpieces of landscape design, intended to be walked through, contemplated, and meditated upon. A karasansui, or dry landscape garden, with its carefully raked gravel representing water and its precisely placed rocks symbolizing islands or mountains, offered an abstract representation of nature, encouraging the viewer to find deeper meaning in its simplicity. These gardens were not merely decorative, they were tools for spiritual contemplation, designed to evoke a sense of vastness, tranquility, and the interconnectedness of all things. As the moon continued its slow arc across the sky, let the images of these serene moonlit temples, their quiet gardens, and the disciplined yet poetic life of the samurai gently envelop you. Feel the coolness of the night air, the soft glow of the moon, the profound stillness that permeates this ancient world. Let these sensations guide you, effortlessly, into a state of deep, unwavering calm. The world of feudal Japan, with its honor and its beauty, now holds you gently, preparing you for a night of profound and restorative sleep. Allow the gentle currents of this ancient world to carry you further into its quiet embrace, as we prepare to explore the silent wisdom of its forests and the enduring strength of its mountains. The gentle currents of this ancient world now carry you further into its quiet embrace, as we prepare to explore the silent wisdom of its forests and the enduring strength of its mountains. Tonight, we begin a journey into the heart of feudal Japan, a realm woven from threads of profound honor, exquisite beauty, and the quiet, unwavering spirit of its people. Our path leads us first into the deep, verdant forests that blanket so much of this island nation, ancient woodlands that have witnessed centuries of history unfold beneath their towering canopies. These forests, often described as primeval, are not merely collections of trees, they are living entities, deeply intertwined with the spiritual and cultural fabric of Japan. From the northern reaches of Hokkaido, where dense stands of Izo spruce and sakhalin fir dominate, to the subtropical forests of Kyushu and Okinawa, rich with camphor trees and banyan, the variety is immense. Yet, a common thread runs through them all, a sense of profound age and an almost sacred stillness. The Japanese cedar, or sugi, is perhaps one of the most iconic trees, its straight, towering trunk reaching skyward, often planted around temples and shrines for its spiritual significance and its impressive longevity. Some sugi trees are thousands of years old, their gnarled bark bearing the marks of countless seasons, silent sentinels watching over the land. Imagine yourself now, standing at the edge of one such forest, perhaps in the mountainous regions of Honshu, where the air is cool and carries the scent of damp earth and pine needles. The forest floor is a soft carpet of moss, brilliant green against the darker tones of fallen leaves and decaying wood. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy in dappled patterns, creating shifting mosaics of light and shadow that dance across the undergrowth. This interplay of light and dark is not merely an aesthetic detail, it is a fundamental aspect of the forest's character, creating a sense of depth and mystery. The sounds of the forest are subtle, a symphony of natural whispers. The rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, a sound known as komaribi when it refers to the sunlight filtering through them. The distant call of a bird, perhaps a Japanese bush warbler, its song a delicate, rising melody. The soft murmur of a hidden stream, its waters clear and cold, tumbling over smooth stones. These are not loud sounds, but rather a quiet chorus that invites contemplation, a natural rhythm that has soothed generations. Within these forests, a rich biodiversity thrives. Wild boars, known as inoshishi, root through the undergrowth, their presence a reminder of the untamed wildness. Japanese macaques, or snow monkeys, might be seen in the higher elevations, their intelligent eyes observing the world with a quiet curiosity. Deer, particularly the sika deer, are common, their graceful forms moving silently through the trees. These animals are not just inhabitants, they are part of the forest's story, their lives interwoven with its cycles of growth and decay. For the people of feudal Japan, the forest was a source of both sustenance and spiritual solace. It provided timber for homes and temples, fuel for fires, and a bounty of edible plants, mushrooms, and game. But beyond its practical uses, the forest held a deeper meaning. It was often considered the dwelling place of kami, the spirits or deities of Shinto, Japan's indigenous religion. Ancient trees, unusual rock formations, and particularly serene groves were often marked with shimenawa, sacred ropes woven from rice straw, indicating their status as sacred spaces. These sacred groves, known as Chinju no Mori, were often found surrounding Shinto shrines. They were left undisturbed, their natural state preserved as a testament to the power and presence of the kami. Walking through such a grove was, and still is, a transformative experience, a journey into a realm where the veil between the mundane and the sacred feels thinner. The air within these groves often feels cooler, quieter, imbued with a palpable sense of reverence. The samurai, too, had a profound connection to these natural landscapes. While their lives were often defined by martial prowess and strict codes of conduct, they were also deeply influenced by Zen Buddhism and Shinto, both of which emphasized a connection to nature. Many samurai practiced meditation in secluded forest temples, seeking clarity and inner peace amidst the rustling leaves and the quiet murmur of streams. The discipline required to navigate a dense forest, to move silently and observe keenly, mirrored the discipline required in battle and in life. Consider the aesthetics of Japanese gardens, many of which are designed to evoke the essence of a natural landscape, often a forest or mountain scene, in miniature. The careful placement of rocks, the shaping of trees, the flow of water, all are intended to create a sense of harmony and balance, a microcosm of the natural world. This deep appreciation for nature's forms and rhythms extended from the grand scale of the wild forest to the intimate scale of a meticulously crafted garden. As the sun begins its slow descent, the light within the forest changes once more. The dappled patterns lengthen, shadows grow deeper, and the greens of the foliage take on a richer, more saturated hue. The air cools further, and a gentle mist might begin to rise from the damp earth, swirling softly around the tree trunks. This twilight hour in the forest is particularly enchanting, a time when the world seems to hold its breath, poised between day and night. The sounds shift as well. The daytime birds fall silent, replaced by the chirping of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. The rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth becomes more pronounced, a subtle symphony of nocturnal life beginning to stir. There is a sense of ancient mystery that settles upon the forest at this hour, a feeling that secrets are held within its shadowed depths, secrets whispered by the wind through the branches. This profound connection to nature is not just a historical footnote, it is a living tradition. Even today, many Japanese people seek solace and inspiration in their forests, practicing Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing, a practice of immersing oneself in the atmosphere of the forest. It is a slow, deliberate walk, engaging all the senses, allowing the calming effects of the natural environment to wash over you. The scent of wood, the sight of green, the sound of the wind, all contribute to a sense of well-being and tranquility. Now, let us turn our gaze from the silent wisdom of the forests to the enduring strength of the mountains that rise majestically throughout the Japanese archipelago. These mountains are not merely geographical features, they are the backbone of the land, shaping its climate, its rivers, and its very identity. From the towering peaks of the Japanese Alps, snow-capped for much of the year, to the volcanic cones that dot the landscape, these mountains are a constant, powerful presence. Mount Fuji, or Fujisan, is perhaps the most iconic of all, its perfectly symmetrical cone rising in solitary splendor, often capped with snow. It is not just a mountain, it is a sacred symbol, a source of artistic inspiration, and a pilgrimage site. For centuries, pilgrims have ascended its slopes, seeking spiritual enlightenment and a connection to the divine. Its presence, visible from afar on clear days, is a reminder of the sublime power and beauty of nature. The mountains of Japan are predominantly volcanic in origin, a consequence of the country's location on the Pacific Ring of Fire. This geological activity has shaped the landscape in dramatic ways, creating steep slopes, deep valleys, and numerous hot springs, or onsen, which are cherished for their therapeutic properties. The volcanic soil, while challenging in some areas, also contributes to the unique flora found in these regions. These mountainous regions were often remote and difficult to access, making them natural refuges for those seeking solitude or escape. Hermits, monks, and ascetics known as Yamabushi would retreat to the mountains to practice their spiritual disciplines, enduring harsh conditions in pursuit of enlightenment. The mountains were seen as places where the human spirit could be tested and purified, where one could confront the raw power of nature and, in doing so, discover inner strength. The Yamabushi, practitioners of Shugendo, a syncretic religion blending elements of Buddhism, Shinto, and animism, were particularly associated with mountain asceticism. They would undertake arduous journeys through the mountains, performing rituals, meditating in caves, and enduring physical hardships to gain spiritual power and insight. Their connection to the mountains was profound, seeing them as living deities, sources of both danger and profound spiritual energy. Imagine yourself now, ascending a mountain path, perhaps in the Kii Peninsula, a region renowned for its sacred mountains and ancient pilgrimage routes, such as the Kumano-Kodo. The path is narrow, winding through dense forest at first, then opening onto rocky outcrops that offer breathtaking views of the valleys below. The air becomes crisper with each ascent, carrying the scent of alpine flora and the clean, cool essence of high altitudes. The sounds of the mountain are different from those of the forest. Here, the wind often plays a more prominent role, whistling through the crags, rustling the hardy vegetation that clings to the slopes. The distant cry of a hawk circling high above might be heard, or the gentle trickle of meltwater cascading down a rock face. There is a sense of vastness here, an expansive silence that dwarfs human concerns. The vegetation on the mountainsides changes with elevation. At lower altitudes, you might find broadleaf deciduous forests, similar to those in the valleys. As you ascend, these give way to coniferous forests of fir and hemlock, and then, above the tree line, to alpine meadows and sparse, hardy shrubs. Each ecological zone supports its own unique array of plants and animals, adapted to the specific conditions of temperature, sunlight, and soil. For the samurai, mountains were not just spiritual retreats, they were also strategic strongholds. Many castles were built on mountain slopes or peaks, taking advantage of the natural defenses offered by the terrain. A mountain castle, or yamajiro, was often difficult to attack, its steep approaches and natural barriers providing a significant advantage to its defenders. The ability to navigate and fight in mountainous terrain was a crucial skill for any samurai warrior. The aesthetic of the mountains also deeply influenced Japanese art and poetry. Landscape paintings, known as sanshuga, often depicted towering peaks, mist-shrouded valleys, and cascading waterfalls, evoking a sense of awe and reverence for nature's grandeur. Haiku poets found inspiration in the changing seasons of the mountains, capturing fleeting moments of beauty and profound insight in their concise verses. As twilight descends upon the mountains, the landscape transforms once more. The distant peaks, once sharply defined, begin to soften, their outlines blurring against the deepening sky. The valleys fill with shadows, and the air grows cold. The stars, unobscured by city lights, begin to emerge, a brilliant tapestry against the dark canvas of the night sky. The silence of the mountain at night is profound, a deep, resonant stillness that seems to absorb all other sounds. It is a silence that is not empty, but rather full of the quiet hum of the earth, the gentle breathing of the vast landscape. The moon, if visible, casts long, ethereal shadows across the slopes, illuminating the rugged contours of the land in a soft, silver glow. This enduring strength of the mountains, their unwavering presence through centuries of change, offers a powerful sense of stability and timelessness. They stand as monuments to the Earth's ancient processes, silent witnesses to the rise and fall of civilizations, to the countless lives lived beneath their gaze. Their majesty reminds us of the larger cycles of nature, of the deep, slow rhythms that govern the world. The samurai, in their pursuit of discipline and mastery, often drew parallels between their own lives and the steadfastness of the mountains. The unwavering commitment to one's lord, the resilience in the face of adversity, the quiet dignity in the face of death, these qualities mirrored the mountain's stoic endurance. The mountains were a constant teacher, a silent mentor, offering lessons in strength, patience, and the profound beauty of the natural world. As we journey deeper into this world, let the images of these ancient forests and enduring mountains settle gently within your mind. Feel the cool, clean air of the highlands, the soft moss beneath your feet in the forest's depths. Hear the subtle whispers of the wind through the pines, the distant murmur of a mountain stream. These natural elements, so central to the spirit of feudal Japan, now envelop you, creating a sanctuary of peace and tranquility. The quietude of these landscapes is not an absence of sound, but rather a richness of subtle, natural harmonies. It is a space where the mind can find respite, where the constant chatter of daily life can recede, replaced by the gentle rhythms of the natural world. The vastness of the mountains, the intricate life within the forests, these elements invite a sense of perspective, a quiet understanding of one's place within the larger tapestry of existence. Allow the profound stillness of these ancient places to wash over you, a soothing balm for the spirit. The deep greens of the forest canopy, the majestic grays and whites of the mountain peaks, the clear, cool waters of hidden springs, these colors and textures create a visual symphony of calm. The air, purified by the trees and the high altitudes, feels light and refreshing, a gentle caress against your skin. This journey into the natural heart of feudal Japan is a descent into quietude, a gentle unfolding of a world rich in beauty and profound meaning. The forests offer their ancient wisdom, their deep, sheltering embrace. The mountains offer their enduring strength, their majestic, unwavering presence. Together, they form a landscape of peace, a realm where the spirit can find rest and renewal. As the moon rises higher above these silent landscapes, casting its soft, silver light upon the trees and peaks, a deeper sense of serenity settles. The world outside fades into the background, and only the gentle, rhythmic pulse of this ancient land remains. Let this profound peace carry you further, deeper, into the quiet embrace of this moonlit world, where the whispers of history and the timeless beauty of nature merge into a single, seamless lullaby. The journey into the heart of feudal Japan has only just begun, and the tranquil path ahead promises even deeper rest. The gentle, rhythmic pulse of this ancient land remains, a quiet invitation to journey deeper. The moon, a silent guardian, casts its soft, ethereal light upon the world, illuminating the delicate dance of cherry blossoms. These blossoms, symbols of life's fleeting beauty, become a recurring, calming motif, their presence a gentle reminder of the present moment. Imagine now the soft rustling of these cherry blossom petals, stirred by a breeze so subtle it feels like a whisper. It is a sound barely there, a delicate sigh that carries with it the imagined scent of the blossoms, a fragrance both sweet and ephemeral, carried on the cool night air. This gentle rustling is not a disturbance, but an embrace, a natural lullaby that encourages a quiet letting go. The narrative often returns to the image of a single cherry blossom petal, detached from its branch, now floating serenely on the surface of a still pond. It drifts, unhurried, reflecting the moonlight in its delicate form, a miniature vessel on a calm, dark sea. This quiet reverence for nature, particularly the transient beauty of these blossoms, was deeply ingrained in the samurai's spirit. They understood the profound lesson held within each petal's brief existence, a lesson in acceptance and the appreciation of every passing moment. Beyond the cherry blossoms, the soft rustle of other leaves in a gentle breeze adds another layer to the evening's symphony. These are the leaves of maple, of bamboo, of ancient oaks, each contributing its unique, hushed voice to the night. The metaphor of the cherry blossom's fleeting beauty extends beyond mere aesthetics, it serves as a profound teaching. It encourages an acceptance of impermanence, a gentle understanding that all things, even worries and anxieties, are transient, like petals carried away on the wind. This understanding fosters a release, a quiet surrender to the natural flow of existence. The samurai's deep connection to the seasonal changes of nature was not merely an aesthetic preference, it was a philosophical cornerstone. They observed the world with an acute awareness, recognizing the cycles of growth, flourishing, and decay as reflections of life itself. Cherry blossoms, in their silent descent, create a soft, ephemeral carpet upon the earth. Imagine this gentle snowfall of petals, blanketing the ground in a softness that absorbs sound, creating a hush that deepens the night's tranquility. This imagery of falling petals, so delicate and quiet, invites a subtle synchronization. Imagine your own breath moving in time with the imagined sway of cherry tree branches, a gentle, unforced rhythm that mirrors the natural world. These cherry blossom petals, drifting onto the surface of a still, reflective pond, create intricate, ever-changing patterns, each moment unique, each pattern dissolving into the next. This scene emphasizes the beauty of imperfection and transience, qualities embodied perfectly by the cherry blossoms themselves. They are not eternal, yet their beauty is profound precisely because of their brief, brilliant existence. As these blossoms fall, they are not merely fading, they are renewing. They are symbols of renewal and the promise of a peaceful tomorrow, a cycle of life that continues, ever present, ever beautiful. Under the moon, they create a natural, ethereal canopy, a soft, living ceiling that filters the moonlight into dappled patterns on the ground below. The gentle flutter of butterflies, though a daytime phenomenon, is a memory that lingers, a subtle echo of the life that dances among these blossoms. This profound appreciation for the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms is deeply connected to the Japanese concept of mono no aware, the pathos of things. It is a gentle melancholy, an awareness of the transient nature of beauty and life, which paradoxically deepens one's appreciation for it. This understanding is not sorrowful, but rather a quiet, profound acceptance that brings a deep sense of peace. As the cherry blossoms continue their silent descent, the narrative shifts, gently guiding you towards the serene and mystical setting of moonlit temples. These ancient sanctuaries, nestled amidst the natural world, provide a haven of wisdom and reflection. From a distance, the faint, resonant sounds of temple bells begin to weave themselves into the soundscape of the story. These are not urgent chimes, but slow, deliberate tolls, each vibration lingering in the air, a deep, calming hum that resonates with the quietude of the night. Imagine a samurai, perhaps Kenshin, engaged in quiet contemplation under the full, benevolent gaze of the moon. His posture is still, his mind clear, his presence a harmonious part of the ancient landscape. Moonbeams, like silver threads, filter through the dense bamboo groves that often surround these temples, creating intricate patterns of light and shadow on the ground. The air here is cool, carrying the subtle scent of damp earth and ancient wood. Visualize the cool, smooth stone of temple pathways beneath your imagined feet. Each step is deliberate, quiet, leading deeper into the sanctuary's embrace. The quiet reverence within these ancient wooden temples is palpable, a stillness that has gathered over centuries. The very air seems to hold the echoes of countless prayers and meditations. Kenshin's meditation under a full moon is a key calming scene, a tableau of profound inner peace. He sits, perfectly still, his breath a gentle rhythm, his awareness expanding to encompass the vastness of the night sky and the quiet solidity of the earth beneath him. Subtle glows of paper lanterns begin to appear, illuminating the temple grounds with a soft, warm light. These lanterns, often adorned with delicate patterns, cast intricate shadows, guiding the way without disturbing the night's tranquility. They are like gentle beacons, inviting serenity. The quiet wisdom of an elder monk, perhaps seated in a dimly lit hall, is a presence felt rather than seen, a silent emanation of peace and understanding. The moon, a constant, benevolent presence, watches over all. It is a source of light in the darkness, a symbol of constancy in a world of change. Visualize the soft glow of these paper lanterns illuminating temple grounds, their light a warm counterpoint to the cool moonlight. The gentle sounds of a flowing stream or a nearby river add to the calming ambience, its ceaseless murmur and natural melody that soothes the spirit. The serene beauty of a Japanese garden, often a place of samurai reflection, unfolds in your mind's eye. Perfectly raked gravel, meticulously placed stones, and carefully pruned pines, each element contributes to a sense of harmony and balance. The soft, rhythmic sound of a bamboo water feature, a shishiodoshi, breaks the silence at regular intervals, its gentle clack echoing through the garden before silence reclaims its dominion. This sound, designed to startle deer, now serves as a rhythmic punctuation mark in the night's quiet. Imagine a samurai's journey through peaceful, mist-shrouded mountains, the path winding gently upwards towards a hidden temple. The mist softens the edges of the world, creating an ethereal, dreamlike quality. Above the temples, the clear, star-filled night sky stretches infinitely, deepening the sense of relaxation and perspective. Each star, a distant sun, twinkles with ancient light, a reminder of the vastness and wonder of the cosmos. The subtle scent of incense wafting from a temple, a delicate blend of sandalwood and other aromatic woods, promotes a deep sense of calmness. It is a fragrance associated with meditation and spiritual practice, a gentle invitation to inner stillness. Picture a samurai, perhaps Kenshin, writing haiku under the moonlight, his brush moving gracefully across paper, expressing deep contemplation in 17 syllables. His thoughts, like the moonbeams, are clear and focused. Imagine the cool, smooth feel of polished wood floors in a temple, worn smooth by centuries of bare feet. Each plank holds the memory of countless steps, countless moments of reflection. The quiet moments of reflection while gazing at a perfectly raked Zen garden are profound. The patterns in the sand, representing ripples in water or clouds in the sky, are a visual aid for meditation, a gentle focus for the mind. Visualize a samurai respectfully bowing before an altar, a gesture of humility and reverence. This act, simple yet profound, connects the individual to something larger than themselves. The gentle sound of a distant waterfall, a continuous murmur, adds to the natural soundscape, a constant, soothing presence. The soft, ambient glow of a shoji screen filters the moonlight, creating a diffused, gentle light within the temple, a warm, inviting luminosity. Imagine the cool, refreshing feeling of morning dew on temple stones, a crisp, clean sensation that speaks of renewal and purity. Visualize the serene reflection of the moon in a temple pond, its perfect orb mirrored in the still water, creating a double image of peace. The gentle sound of wind chimes, furin, hanging near a temple entrance, carried on the breeze, adds a delicate, musical touch to the night. Their soft tinkling is a reminder of the unseen forces of nature, a gentle melody that fades as quickly as it appears. Moonlit temples are indeed sanctuaries for reflection and spiritual calm. Observe the intricate, yet harmonious, architecture of a traditional Japanese temple at night. The sweeping rooflines, the carefully crafted wooden beams, the delicate carvings, each detail is a testament to artistry and devotion, all softened and made more mysterious by the moon's gentle glow. Imagine a moment where the samurai observes the stars from a temple veranda, the vast expanse above him mirroring the vastness of his inner world. The subtle scent of incense wafting through the cool night air around the temple is a constant, gentle presence, an aromatic thread that weaves through the stillness. The narrative focuses on the samurai's zanshin, a state of relaxed alertness, a quiet readiness that is neither tense nor complacent. This state of mind, so crucial in their martial arts, is also a model for deep, restorative rest. It is a state where the body is at ease, but the awareness remains gently present, like the moon watching over the sleeping world. Visualize a samurai meditating, focusing on breath and stillness. His posture is upright, yet relaxed, his breathing deep and even. This practice of mindful breathing and quiet contemplation is a path to inner peace, a way to quiet the restless mind. The visual contrast between the dark temple rooflines and the bright moonlight creates a striking image, a clear delineation between earth and sky, shadow and light. Feel the gentle, cool breeze on your skin as you imagine the scene, a refreshing touch that connects you to the natural world. The soft glow from within a temple, hinting at inner warmth and peace, is an inviting light, a promise of solace and tranquility. Imagine the feeling of ancient wisdom emanating from the temple stones, a silent resonance of centuries of contemplation and devotion. The subtle interplay of shadows and light cast by the moon on temple walls creates ever-shifting patterns, a silent dance that mesmerizes and calms. The gentle clinking of wind chimes, furin, near a temple eaves, carried on the breeze, is a delicate, almost imperceptible sound, a musical breath of the night. Visualize a samurai's calm, unwavering gaze at the moon, his eyes reflecting its serene light, his mind at peace. The story emphasizes the concept of wabi-sabi through the natural, unadorned beauty of the temple and its surrounding nature. It is an appreciation for imperfection, for transience, for the simple, rustic beauty that arises from age and natural processes. Imagine the sensation of walking barefoot on cool, moss-covered stones in a temple garden, the soft, yielding texture beneath your feet, a grounding connection to the earth. This narrative invites you to merge your own peaceful state with the samurai's tranquil world, to find your own quiet strength and serenity within this ancient landscape. Kenshin observes the delicate dance of fireflies around the temple grounds, their tiny, intermittent lights creating a magical, fleeting spectacle against the dark backdrop. Each flash is a brief, luminous spark, a tiny star brought down to earth. Kenshin's respectful bowing before a serene temple altar fosters a deep sense of reverence, a quiet acknowledgement of the sacred. Feel the cool, smooth stones of a temple path beneath your bare feet. Through Kenshin's perspective, each step a mindful connection to the ancient ground. The clear, star-studded night sky, seen from a temple veranda, stretches out in an infinite tapestry, inviting wonder and a sense of profound peace. The subtle aroma of incense wafting from within a temple is a gentle perfume, a quiet presence that lingers in the air, deepening the sense of calm. The soft glow of paper lanterns illuminates Kenshin's path, casting a warm, inviting light that guides him through the temple grounds. Kenshin's wisdom is conveyed through his silent contemplation of natural beauty, his understanding of the world expressed not in words, but in his tranquil presence. The gentle lapping of water in a koi pond within the temple garden adds a soft, rhythmic sound to the night, a continuous, soothing murmur. Kenshin writes haiku under the moonlight, expressing his inner thoughts and observations in concise, evocative verses, each word carefully chosen to capture a moment of beauty or insight. The intricate artistry of a temple's wooden architecture, highlighted by the moonlight, reveals the skill and dedication of its builders, each joint and beam a testament to enduring craftsmanship. The sensation of soft moss underfoot in a secluded part of the garden is a gentle, yielding texture, a quiet comfort. Kenshin offers silent prayers for peace and harmony at the temple, his intentions pure and heartfelt, sent out into the quiet night. He shares a moment of quiet contemplation with a wise temple elder, a silent exchange of understanding and respect, a connection forged in shared stillness. The intricate patterns of shadows cast by the temple eaves in the moonlight create a dynamic, yet serene, visual tapestry, ever-changing, ever beautiful. From the stillness of the temple, the narrative expands, gently, towards Kenshin's journey through the wider natural world. His quiet strength, his unwavering presence, becomes a guiding force, a model for deep, restorative rest. The sounds of the temple fade, not disappearing, but becoming a distant echo, a memory of peace that accompanies you as you drift further into the quiet embrace of this moonlit world. The path ahead is one of deeper tranquility, where the whispers of history and the timeless beauty of nature merge into a single, seamless lullaby. The path ahead is one of deeper tranquility, where the whispers of history and the timeless beauty of nature merge into a single, seamless lullaby. Kenshin's journey now carries him beyond the temple gates, into the heart of the natural world that shaped the samurai spirit. The landscape of feudal Japan was not merely a backdrop, but an active participant in the lives of its people, influencing their philosophy, their art, and their martial practices. The very mountains and rivers were seen as sacred, imbued with kami, or divine spirits, a belief deeply rooted in Shintoism, Japan's indigenous religion. This reverence for nature fostered a profound sense of connection, a recognition of humanity's place within a larger, interconnected cosmos. As Kenshin walks, the air grows cooler, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. The ground beneath his straw sandals is soft, covered in moss and fallen leaves, each step a gentle press against the forest floor. The forest itself is ancient, composed of towering cryptomeria, Japanese cedars, their straight trunks reaching skyward, forming a verdant canopy that filters the sunlight into dappled patterns on the ground. These trees, often planted around shrines and temples, were considered sacred, their immense age a testament to enduring life and spiritual power. The sounds of the forest are a symphony of soft rustles and distant calls. A gentle breeze whispers through the leaves, a sound that has echoed through these woods for centuries, accompanying the footsteps of countless pilgrims, warriors, and hermits. The occasional chirping of a bush warbler, Yugisu, a bird renowned for its beautiful song, pierces the quiet, a delicate counterpoint to the deeper hum of nature. The bush warbler's song is a harbinger of spring, a symbol of renewal and hope, often referenced in classical Japanese poetry. Kenshin's path follows a narrow track, winding its way alongside a mountain stream. The water, clear and cold, tumbles over smooth stones, creating a constant, soothing murmur. This sound, a continuous flow, mirrors the Buddhist concept of impermanence, of all things being in constant motion and change. Yet, within this change, there is a profound sense of continuity, the water always finding its way, shaping the landscape over millennia. The stream is fed by mountain springs, its purity reflecting the spiritual cleanliness sought by those who practiced asceticism in these remote regions. The samurai, though often depicted in armor and engaged in battle, also cultivated a deep appreciation for beauty and tranquility. Many retired from active service to become monks or hermits, seeking enlightenment in nature. Even during their active years, the tea ceremony, flower arranging, and poetry, practices deeply connected to natural aesthetics, were integral to their training and daily lives. These pursuits were not seen as distractions from martial prowess, but rather as essential components of a balanced and disciplined mind, refining one's perception and fostering inner calm. The concept of wabi-sabi, an aesthetic philosophy centered on the acceptance of transience and imperfection, finds its origins in this deep connection to nature. It celebrates the beauty of the old, the worn, the asymmetrical, and the rustic. A moss-covered stone lantern, a gnarled pine tree, a chipped tea bowl, these objects, bearing the marks of time and use, embody a profound beauty that speaks to the natural cycle of growth and decay. Kenshin, walking through this ancient forest, would have instinctively understood and appreciated these subtle nuances of beauty. The path begins to ascend, leading Kenshin higher into the mountains. The air becomes crisper, carrying the faint, earthy scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. Here, the trees are even older, their branches draped with lichen, resembling ancient beards. These high mountain regions were often chosen for spiritual retreats, places where one could escape the distractions of the mundane world and commune directly with the divine. Ascetic practices, such as meditating under waterfalls or enduring harsh weather, were believed to purify the spirit and strengthen the will. As Kenshin reaches a small clearing, he pauses, taking in the panoramic view. Below, the forest stretches out like a vast, green carpet, undulating with the contours of the land. In the distance, the faint outline of a village can be seen, its thatched roofs nestled among the trees, a testament to human endeavor amidst the grandeur of nature. This perspective, looking down upon the world, often inspired a sense of humility and interconnectedness, reminding one of the transient nature of individual existence within the vastness of time and space. The samurai's connection to the land was also practical. Their castles were often built on strategic mountain peaks, utilizing natural defenses. Their understanding of terrain, weather patterns, and local flora and fauna was crucial for survival and warfare. They learned to move silently through forests, to find sustenance in the wild, and to read the signs of nature for guidance. This intimate knowledge of their environment made them formidable warriors, attuned to the rhythms of the land they protected. Kenshin continues his ascent, the path becoming steeper, winding through rocky outcrops adorned with hardy ferns and small, resilient shrubs. The silence here is deeper, broken only by the occasional rustle of a small animal or the distant cry of a hawk circling high above. The hawk, a symbol of keen vision and solitary strength, was often admired by samurai, embodying qualities of precision and determination. Its soaring flight against the boundless sky offered a sense of freedom and perspective. He reaches a small, secluded shrine, nestled beneath the overhang of a massive boulder. It is a simple structure, perhaps just a small wooden torii gate and a stone altar, adorned with offerings of rice wine and fresh water. Such small, unassuming shrines are common throughout Japan, marking places where kami are believed to reside, often associated with natural features like ancient trees, rocks, or waterfalls. These places are not grand temples, but intimate spaces for quiet contemplation and reverence. Kenshin pauses at the shrine, perhaps offering a silent prayer or simply standing in quiet contemplation. The act of pausing, of acknowledging the sacredness of a place, was an important part of the samurai's spiritual discipline. It was a moment to recenter, to express gratitude, and to reaffirm one's connection to the spiritual world. The simplicity of the shrine, its integration into the natural landscape, speaks to a belief system that sees divinity not as separate from the world, but as inherent within it. The air here is still and cool, carrying the faint scent of incense, perhaps left by a previous traveler. The sunlight, even at this altitude, filters through the dense canopy, creating a soft, diffused glow that bathes the shrine in a gentle light. The stones of the altar are smooth, worn by time and the elements, their surfaces covered in a delicate layer of moss, a testament to the slow, persistent work of nature. Leaving the shrine, Kenshin descends slightly, following a path that leads towards a small, hidden waterfall. The sound of falling water grows gradually louder, a soft roar that beckons him forward. Waterfalls, particularly in mountain regions, were considered powerful spiritual sites. They were places for maisoji, ritual purification, where individuals would stand beneath the cascading water, enduring its cold embrace to cleanse their bodies and spirits. This practice, though physically demanding, was believed to strengthen one's resolve and connect one to primal forces. As he approaches, the mist from the waterfall becomes visible, a fine spray that cools the air and dampens the surrounding rocks. The waterfall itself is not immense, but rather a series of graceful cascades, tumbling over moss-covered rocks into a clear, shallow pool below. The water sparkles in the filtered light, its constant movement a mesmerizing display of nature's power and beauty. The pool at the base is calm, reflecting the surrounding trees and the sky above, a mirror of the tranquil world. Kenshin sits on a smooth, flat rock near the edge of the pool, his posture calm and composed. He watches the water, its perpetual motion a source of profound contemplation. The samurai often practiced zazen, seated meditation, finding stillness amidst the activity of the world. This practice was not about emptying the mind, but about observing thoughts and sensations without judgment, allowing them to pass like clouds in the sky. The rhythmic sound of the waterfall would have provided a perfect backdrop for such a practice, its steady flow aiding in concentration. The concept of mushin, or of no mind, was central to samurai training. It referred to a state of mental clarity and spontaneity, where one's actions flowed effortlessly without conscious thought or hesitation. This state was cultivated through rigorous training, meditation, and a deep understanding of one's own self and environment. The natural world, with its unforced rhythms and effortless movements, served as a constant teacher, demonstrating the principles of mushin in every rustling leaf and flowing stream. The light begins to soften as the afternoon progresses, casting longer shadows across the forest floor. The colors of the leaves seem to deepen, the greens becoming richer, the browns more profound. The air takes on a gentle coolness, signaling the approach of evening. This transition from day to night, a daily cycle observed for millennia, offered another opportunity for reflection on the transient nature of existence and the continuous flow of time. Kenshin rises, his movements unhurried and deliberate. He casts one last glance at the waterfall, its beauty etched into his memory. His journey continues, not with a specific destination in mind, but with a quiet purpose, a continuous exploration of the natural world and its profound lessons. The path now leads him deeper into a valley, where the trees grow even more densely, forming a protective canopy overhead. The valley floor is covered in a thick carpet of ferns and wild grasses, their delicate fronds swaying gently in the subtle currents of air. The light here is subdued, a perpetual twilight, creating an atmosphere of deep serenity. The sounds of the stream are now more distant, replaced by the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional call of an unseen bird. This deep forest environment, often associated with ancient spirits and hidden wisdom, was a place for introspection and quiet discovery. He comes across a grove of bamboo, its slender stalks reaching upwards, forming a dense, emerald wall. The bamboo grove is a place of unique sounds, the gentle clacking of the stalks in the breeze, a dry, percussive rhythm that is both calming and distinct. Bamboo, with its strength, flexibility, and rapid growth, was a powerful symbol in Japanese culture, representing resilience, purity, and integrity. Its hollow interior also symbolized emptiness, a concept important in Zen Buddhism. Walking through the bamboo grove, Kenshin experiences a different kind of quiet. The air is still and cool, and the light filters down in thin, green shafts. The ground is soft beneath his feet, covered in fallen bamboo leaves. The feeling of being enveloped by the towering stalks creates a sense of enclosure, a peaceful sanctuary from the wider world. This type of natural enclosure, like a hidden garden or a secluded tea hut, was highly valued for its ability to foster inner peace. The samurai, despite their warrior code, often sought moments of profound tranquility. They understood that true strength came not just from physical prowess, but from a calm and centered mind. The natural world provided the perfect environment for cultivating this inner peace. Whether it was the contemplation of a meticulously raked Zen garden, the appreciation of a single blossoming cherry branch, or a solitary walk through an ancient forest, these experiences were integral to their spiritual and mental well-being. As Kenshin emerges from the bamboo grove, the path opens slightly, revealing a small, clear pond. The water is perfectly still, reflecting the sky and the surrounding trees with remarkable clarity. Water, in Japanese aesthetics, is often seen as a symbol of purity, clarity, and the interconnectedness of all things. The stillness of the pond's surface, mirroring the world above, invites a moment of profound reflection. A few water lilies float on the surface, their broad leaves resting gently on the water, their delicate white and pink blossoms just beginning to open. The water lily, emerging from the mud to bloom beautifully, is a powerful Buddhist symbol of purity, enlightenment, and rebirth. Its presence on the tranquil pond adds to the sense of peace and spiritual significance. Kenshin sits once more, this time on the soft moss at the pond's edge. He observes the subtle movements on the water's surface, a tiny insect skittering across, a ripple spreading outwards from an unseen disturbance. These small details, often overlooked in the rush of daily life, become profound when viewed with a quiet, observant mind. The ability to find beauty and meaning in the ordinary was a hallmark of the samurai's aesthetic sensibility. The evening light now bathes the pond in a soft, golden glow, the sun beginning its descent behind the distant mountains. The air grows noticeably cooler, and the sounds of the forest begin to change. The daytime birds fall silent, replaced by the gentle chirping of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. These nocturnal sounds are not jarring, but rather a natural progression, a lullaby that accompanies the transition from day to night. The moon, a slender crescent, becomes visible in the deepening sky, a pale silver against the fading blue. The moon, revered in Japanese culture, particularly during the autumn season, was a symbol of beauty, transience, and contemplation. Moon viewing parties, tsukimi, were common, where people would gather to appreciate its serene beauty, often composing poetry inspired by its glow. For the samurai, the moon's enduring presence, even as it waxed and waned, offered a sense of constancy amidst the changing world. Kenshin remains by the pond, watching the moon rise higher, its light slowly transforming the landscape. The trees become dark silhouettes against the twilight sky, their forms softened by the dimming light. The pond's surface, once a mirror of the day, now reflects the pale glow of the moon, shimmering with a gentle, ethereal light. This transition from the vibrant colors of day to the muted tones of night is a gradual, soothing process, inviting a deep sense of calm. The air is now still, the only movement the gentle breath of the evening breeze. The scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers fills the air, a delicate fragrance that enhances the peaceful atmosphere. The world seems to slow, its rhythms becoming more deliberate, more profound. This is the time for quiet reflection, for letting go of the day's concerns and embracing the tranquility of the night. The samurai, in their pursuit of inner harmony, understood the importance of these quiet moments. They sought to cultivate a mind that was clear and unburdened, capable of responding to any situation with grace and precision. The natural world, with its inherent balance and cycles, provided a constant source of inspiration and guidance for this quest. From the towering mountains to the flowing streams, from the resilient bamboo to the delicate water lily, every element offered a lesson in strength, beauty, and impermanence. Kenshin's journey through this moonlit landscape is a journey into the heart of the samurai spirit, a spirit deeply intertwined with nature, honor, and a profound appreciation for beauty in all its forms. The quiet strength he embodies, the unwavering presence he maintains, becomes a guiding force, a model for deep, restorative rest. The sounds of the forest fade, not disappearing, but becoming a distant echo, a memory of peace that accompanies you as you drift further into the quiet embrace of this moonlit world. The path ahead is one of deeper tranquility, where the whispers of history and the timeless beauty of nature merge into a single, seamless lullaby, inviting you to surrender to the profound stillness that surrounds you, a stillness that carries the gentle echoes of ancient Japan. The path ahead truly is one of deeper tranquility, where the whispers of history and the timeless beauty of nature merge into a single, seamless lullaby, inviting you to surrender to the profound stillness that surrounds you, a stillness that carries the gentle echoes of ancient Japan. As the forest sounds recede, a new quiet emerges, a quiet filled with the subtle hum of history, the soft rustle of silk, and the distant, imagined clang of steel. This stillness is not empty, but rather rich with the stories of those who walked these lands centuries ago, their lives interwoven with the very fabric of the islands. We turn now from the immediate embrace of the natural world to the intricate tapestry of the samurai themselves, exploring the depth of their existence, beyond the battlefield. Their lives were a complex interplay of martial prowess, spiritual discipline, and artistic refinement. The samurai were not merely warriors, they were custodians of a unique culture, a way of life deeply rooted in honor, duty, and an aesthetic appreciation for the ephemeral beauty of the world. Their code, Bushido, often translated as the way of the warrior, was not a static set of rules but a living philosophy that evolved over centuries, shaping their conduct, their relationships, and their very perception of reality. Bushido emphasized virtues such as rectitude, courage, benevolence, respect, honesty, honor, and loyalty. Rectitude, or GI, meant doing what was right, regardless of personal consequence. It was the power to decide upon a course of conduct in accordance with reason, without wavering. Courage, or U, was not the absence of fear, but the ability to face it, to act despite it, especially when defending one's lord, family, or principles. This courage extended beyond physical bravery to moral fortitude, the strength to stand by one's convictions. Benevolence, or Jin, was a crucial counterpoint to the samurai's martial training. It represented compassion, the capacity to feel sympathy for others, to help those in need, and to avoid unnecessary cruelty. A true samurai was expected to be both fierce in battle and gentle in peace, a protector of the weak. Respect, or rei, was fundamental to Japanese society and particularly pronounced within the samurai class. It manifested in meticulous etiquette, deference to elders and superiors, and a general politeness that permeated all interactions. Even in combat, a certain respect was often shown to a worthy opponent. Honesty, or makoto, was paramount. A samurai's word was his bond, and deception was considered deeply dishonorable. Lying was seen as a sign of weakness, a failure of character that undermined one's integrity. Honor, or meo, was the very essence of a samurai's existence. It was the reputation, the dignity, and the moral standing of an individual. To lose honor was often considered worse than death, leading to acts of ritual suicide, seppuku, to restore it. Loyalty, or chugi, was perhaps the most defining characteristic of the samurai. It was an unwavering devotion to one's lord, a bond that transcended personal desires and even family ties. A samurai was expected to serve his master with his life, to follow his commands without question, and to avenge his death if necessary. This loyalty formed the bedrock of the feudal system, creating a hierarchical structure where fealty was the ultimate virtue. These virtues were not merely abstract ideals, they were practiced daily, woven into the fabric of samurai training, education, and social interactions. The training of a samurai began at a very young age, often in early childhood. It was a rigorous and holistic education that encompassed far more than just martial arts. Young boys, and sometimes girls, were taught swordsmanship, archery, horsemanship, and spear fighting. The katana, the iconic samurai sword, was not just a weapon but an extension of the samurai soul, requiring years of dedicated practice to master. Learning to wield the katana involved not only physical strength and precision but also mental discipline, focus, and an understanding of timing and distance. Archery, or kyudo, was equally important, demanding intense concentration and a calm mind. Horseback riding was essential for cavalry units, requiring skill and courage to maneuver in battle. Beyond martial arts, samurai education included calligraphy, literature, poetry, and history. Calligraphy, or shodo, was considered an art form that reflected the practitioner's character and inner peace. The precise brush strokes, the balance of ink and paper, and the flow of the characters all required immense discipline and aesthetic sensibility. Reading and writing classical Japanese and Chinese texts were fundamental, providing access to philosophical works, military treatises, and historical chronicles. Poetry, particularly waka and haiku, was highly valued. Samurai were expected to compose poetry, often before or after battle, to express their emotions, reflect on the transient nature of life, or honor a fallen comrade. This artistic cultivation was not seen as separate from their warrior path but as integral to developing a well-rounded, disciplined mind. Zen Buddhism played a profound role in shaping the samurai's spiritual and mental landscape. Introduced to Japan from China, Zen offered a path to enlightenment through meditation, discipline, and direct experience. For the samurai, Zen provided a framework for cultivating mental clarity, emotional control, and an acceptance of death. The practice of zazen, seated meditation, helped warriors to quiet their minds, overcome fear, and achieve a state of heightened awareness. This mental fortitude was crucial on the battlefield, allowing them to remain calm under pressure, make swift decisions, and act without hesitation. Zen also emphasized the concept of mushin, or no-mind, a state of pure spontaneity where action flows effortlessly without conscious thought, a state highly sought after in combat. The tea ceremony, or chanoyu, was another significant practice that embodied the samurai's aesthetic and spiritual values. It was a ritualized preparation and serving of powdered green tea, matcha, performed in a tranquil setting. The ceremony was not merely about drinking tea but about creating an atmosphere of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. Every movement, every gesture, every utensil had a specific purpose and meaning. Participating in the tea ceremony allowed samurai to cultivate mindfulness, appreciate beauty in simplicity, and find moments of peace amidst their often tumultuous lives. It was a profound exercise in aesthetic appreciation and spiritual communion. Gardens were also integral to samurai culture, serving as spaces for contemplation, beauty, and reflection. Japanese gardens, particularly Zen gardens, were meticulously designed to evoke natural landscapes, often using rocks, sand, moss, and carefully pruned trees. These gardens were not just for viewing but for experiencing, inviting quiet contemplation and a sense of harmony with nature. A samurai might spend hours in his garden, meditating, composing poetry, or simply observing the subtle changes of the seasons, finding solace and inspiration in their ordered beauty. The architecture of samurai residences, from grand castles to more modest homes, reflected their values of functionality, elegance, and integration with nature. Castles, such as Himeji Castle or Matsumoto Castle, were formidable defensive structures, yet they also contained elegant living quarters, intricate gardens, and refined tea rooms. The use of natural materials like wood, paper, and bamboo created spaces that were both strong and aesthetically pleasing. Sliding doors, or fusuma, allowed for flexible room configurations, adapting to different needs and seasons. The emphasis was on simplicity, clean lines, and a connection to the surrounding landscape, often achieved through large windows or open verandas. Even the clothing of the samurai, from their elaborate armor to their everyday kimonos, carried symbolic meaning and demonstrated a blend of practicality and artistry. Armor, while designed for protection, was often intricately crafted with lacquered plates, silk cords, and decorative elements that reflected the wearer's status and clan affiliation. The kabuto, or helmet, could be adorned with elaborate crests or animal motifs, making a powerful statement on the battlefield. Off the battlefield, samurai wore kimonos made of silk or cotton, often in subdued colors, reflecting an aesthetic of understated elegance. The choice of fabric, pattern, and color conveyed subtle messages about the wearer's social standing and personal taste. The samurai's relationship with nature was deeply ingrained in their philosophy and daily lives. They observed the changing seasons with keen appreciation, finding beauty in the fleeting cherry blossoms of spring, the vibrant colors of autumn leaves, and the stark serenity of winter snow. This appreciation for the ephemeral, known as mono no aware, the pathos of things, was a central theme in Japanese aesthetics and resonated deeply with the samurai's understanding of life's impermanence. They saw parallels between the brief, glorious bloom of the cherry blossom and the short, intense life of a warrior, both destined to fall beautifully. The moon, which now casts its gentle glow upon this tranquil scene, held particular significance for the samurai. It was a symbol of purity, enlightenment, and the passage of time. Moon viewing, or tsukimi, was a popular pastime, often accompanied by poetry and music. The samurai, like many in Japan, found solace and inspiration in the moon's serene beauty, its quiet power reflecting the inner strength they sought to cultivate. The moonlit temples and gardens provided a setting for quiet contemplation, a space where the earthly and the spiritual could merge. The temples themselves, often nestled in quiet groves or perched on mountainsides, were not only places of worship but also centers of learning and refuge. Many samurai, particularly those who retired from active service, would become monks, dedicating their later years to spiritual pursuits. These temples, with their ancient wooden structures, moss-covered roofs, and tranquil courtyards, offered a sanctuary from the world's turmoil, a place for introspection and spiritual growth. The gentle ringing of a temple bell, the scent of incense, and the chanting of sutras created an atmosphere of profound peace. The concept of wabi-sabi, an aesthetic philosophy that finds beauty in imperfection, impermanence, and incompleteness, was also deeply influential. It celebrated the rustic, the understated, and the natural, recognizing the beauty in things that are worn by time or inherently simple. A cracked tea bowl, a weathered stone lantern, or a single, imperfect flower could be seen as embodying profound beauty. This philosophy encouraged an appreciation for the authentic and the unpretentious, aligning with the samurai's disciplined and often austere lifestyle. The samurai's influence extended beyond their military role, shaping the arts, literature, and even the culinary traditions of Japan. Their patronage of artisans led to the development of exquisite swords, armor, lacquerware, and ceramics. The stories of their exploits, their loyalty, and their tragic fates became the subject of epic poems, no and kabuki plays, and later, films and novels. These narratives continue to captivate audiences, offering insights into a world where honor and duty were paramount. Even the food consumed by samurai reflected a balance of practicality and aesthetic. While their diet was often simple, emphasizing rice, fish, and vegetables, the presentation of meals was an art form in itself. The arrangement of dishes, the choice of serving vessels, and the seasonal ingredients all contributed to a harmonious dining experience. This attention to detail, even in everyday matters, underscored the samurai's commitment to living a life of purpose and refinement. The daily rhythm of a samurai's life, whether in times of peace or war, was structured around discipline and ritual. Rising early, practicing martial arts, attending to administrative duties, studying classical texts, and engaging in spiritual practices, all these activities contributed to a life of purpose and self-mastery. Even leisure activities, such as falconry or hunting, were often seen as opportunities to hone skills and maintain physical prowess. The legacy of the samurai continues to resonate in modern Japan, influencing concepts of national identity, work ethic, and cultural values. The emphasis on discipline, respect, loyalty, and perseverance, though adapted to contemporary contexts, can still be observed in various aspects of Japanese society. The stories of legendary samurai, such as Miyamoto Musashi, Oda Nobunaga, or Tokugawa Ieyasu, remain sources of inspiration and moral instruction. As we journey deeper into this historical landscape, the distinctions between warrior, poet, and philosopher begin to blur. The samurai was often all three, a complex individual striving for perfection in both the martial and the spiritual realms. Their lives were a testament to the human capacity for discipline, resilience, and an enduring quest for meaning. The moon continues its silent watch, illuminating the ancient paths and the timeless principles that guided these extraordinary figures. The whispers of history grow softer now, merging with the gentle sounds of the night. The imagined clang of steel gives way to the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, and the soft murmur of a hidden stream. The intricate details of samurai life, their virtues, their training, their spiritual practices, and their aesthetic sensibilities, begin to dissolve into a comforting tapestry of knowledge. This knowledge, absorbed without effort, becomes a part of the quietude, enriching the stillness that surrounds you. You are now immersed in a profound sense of peace, a tranquility born from the harmonious blend of ancient wisdom and the quiet beauty of the natural world. The images of moonlit temples, meticulously raked gardens, and the silent strength of the samurai fade into the background of your awareness, leaving behind only a feeling of deep calm. The path ahead is one of even greater serenity, where the gentle echoes of ancient Japan guide you towards a deeper, more profound rest. The world outside grows distant, its concerns replaced by the comforting embrace of this timeless quiet. The path ahead is one of even greater serenity, where the gentle echoes of ancient Japan guide you towards a deeper, more profound rest. The world outside grows distant, its concerns replaced by the comforting embrace of this timeless quiet. As the moon climbs higher, its light filters through the bamboo groves. Each stalk sways gently, creating a soft rustle that whispers through the night. This quiet movement is a natural rhythm, a lullaby woven by the wind. The samurai, Kenshin, moves with a quiet vigilance. It is not a vigilance born of fear, but rather a profound sense of protective peace. His presence safeguards the tranquility of the land he cherishes. His footsteps, soft and almost imperceptible, fall upon a wooden veranda. The sound is a gentle tap, a quiet affirmation of his steady presence. He observes the intricate patterns of his family crest, subtly woven into the fabric of a hanging scroll within the temple. It represents a heritage of honor, a lineage of quiet strength. The concept of Bushido, the samurai's code, is not spoken aloud here. Instead, it is embodied in these quiet moments, in the disciplined focus and the inner calm that guides his actions. Kenshin's katana, though present at his side, remains sheathed and at rest. It is a symbol of precision and artistry, not aggression. Its polished surface gleams faintly in the moonlight, reflecting the serene surroundings. He pauses by a perfectly still pond. The moon's reflection rests upon its surface, a luminous circle of light. Kenshin's own reflection appears beside it, a momentary merging of self and sky. His gaze often drifts towards the horizon, a symbol of hope and perspective. Even in the stillness of night, there is an anticipation of the gentle warmth of the sun rising again, bringing new beginnings. The quiet solitude of the training ground at dawn, before any activity begins, holds a special significance. It is a space for contemplation, for the inner stillness that precedes purposeful action. The samurai's inner stillness is like a calm lake, perfectly reflecting the moon. No ripples disturb its surface, only a profound, unwavering composure. He recalls the practice of archery, focusing on precision and inner calm. The release of the arrow, guided by a steady hand and a clear mind, is an act of focus meditation, not conflict. A slow, deliberate sword form is practiced under the moonlight. Each movement is a study in grace, a dance of discipline that emphasizes flowing motion over forceful aggression. The samurai's respect extends to all living things. Even small insects in the garden are observed with a quiet reverence, their tiny lives part of the larger, intricate tapestry of nature. His humble meal, eaten earlier, was consumed with mindfulness and gratitude. Each grain of rice, each delicate vegetable, was appreciated for its sustenance and connection to the earth. The soft rustle of bamboo groves continues, a natural symphony that accompanies the night. It is a sound of peace, a gentle reminder of the world's quiet rhythms. Kenshin's journey leads him towards a hidden waterfall. Its distant sound, a gentle murmur, suggests purification, a cleansing of the spirit. The moon, a constant and benevolent presence, watches over the landscape. It is a silent guardian, casting its soft light upon the temple and the surrounding forests. The gentle lapping of waves on a distant shore can almost be imagined, a subtle inclusion in the soundscape of the night. It adds to the feeling of expansive peace. A soft, almost imperceptible sound of distant chimes drifts on the breeze. They are distinct from temple bells, a lighter, more ethereal melody. The gentle sound of crickets chirping under the moonlit sky fills the air. Their rhythmic calls are a natural lullaby, a comforting presence in the darkness. The soft, ambient glow of a shoji screen filters the moonlight into a quiet room. It casts gentle shadows, creating a serene and inviting space. The warmth of a traditional Japanese futon awaits, inviting deep and restorative sleep. It is a comforting embrace, a promise of profound rest. Kenshin observes the stars from the temple veranda. Each distant point of light is a reminder of the vastness and wonder of the universe, and his place within it. The reflection of the moon in a dewdrop on a leaf catches his eye. It is a tiny, perfect mirror, holding the vastness of the night sky in miniature. The subtle changes in light as the moon traverses the sky are almost imperceptible, yet they mark the passage of time, guiding the world towards dawn. A lone flute plays a melancholic yet peaceful tune from a hidden garden. Its notes are carried on the cool breeze, a gentle melody that speaks of quiet contemplation. The cool breeze brushes gently against the skin, a refreshing touch in the stillness of the night. It carries the sense of the forest, of damp earth and distant blossoms. The samurai's inner strength is a quiet, unwavering resolve. It is a deep well of resilience, not an outward display of aggression. His disciplined focus is an example of how a busy mind can find calm before sleep. By centering attention on gentle details, the mind can settle. The quiet vigilance he maintains is not for danger, but for inner harmony. It is a constant tending to the balance within himself and his surroundings. His posture, even in repose, suggests a quiet strength. It is an uprightness that comes from inner peace, a foundation of calm. The soft rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, distinct from the cherry blossom petals, adds another layer to the natural symphony. Each sound is a thread in the tapestry of night. Kenshin's journey through this peaceful landscape is a metaphor for the journey into deep sleep. Each step, each observation, leads closer to profound rest. He finds ultimate peace and rest under the watchful gaze of the moon and the silent promise of the cherry blossoms. Their delicate beauty is a testament to the transient, yet enduring, nature of life. A deep sense of contentment and inner stillness settles upon him. The world outside has receded, replaced by a profound quiet that envelops everything. The soft, comforting silence that envelops the temple at night is a sanctuary. It is a space where thoughts can quiet, where the mind can truly rest. This feeling of safety and protection comes from the honorable presence of the samurai, a guardian of tranquility. His quiet strength ensures a peaceful slumber. Kenshin's peaceful slumber begins, a gentle invitation to join him in this deep and restorative rest. The night deepens, and the world outside fades completely, leaving only the quiet embrace of sleep. The night deepens around the temple, a profound stillness settling over the ancient grounds. Kenshin's slumber is undisturbed, a testament to the quiet order he maintains. His presence, even in sleep, projects a sense of calm. The temple itself seems to breathe with the night, its wooden beams and paper screens absorbing the silence. Moonlight filters through the trees, casting long, dancing shadows across the raked gravel of the Zen garden. Each grain of sand, each carefully placed stone, holds its position in the moonlit landscape. This meticulous arrangement is not merely aesthetic. It represents the universe, a miniature cosmos designed for contemplation. The rake patterns symbolize waves or ripples, an eternal flow that never truly ceases, even in the deepest quiet. The samurai's life, though often active, also embraced these moments of profound stillness. Meditation was a cornerstone of his discipline, a practice that cultivated inner peace and mental clarity. Even when not formally meditating, the samurai carried a meditative awareness into all his actions. This awareness extended to his surroundings, to the subtle shifts in the night air, to the distant calls of nocturnal birds. He was attuned to the rhythms of nature, understanding his place within its grand design. This connection fostered a deep sense of belonging and tranquility. The gentle current of the night air carries the scent of pine and damp earth. It is a fragrance that speaks of ancient forests and untouched wilderness, a reminder of Japan's enduring natural beauty. The temple, nestled within this landscape, becomes a part of it. The architecture of the temple is designed to harmonize with nature. Its open verandas invite the outside in, blurring the line between structure and environment. The natural wood tones, the simple lines, all contribute to an atmosphere of understated elegance and peace. Samurai often sought out such places for their retreats, for periods of introspection and training. These temples and mountain hermitages provided the solitude necessary for rigorous self-discipline and spiritual growth. The quiet allowed for deeper connection to their inner selves. The concept of wabi-sabi, an appreciation of imperfection and transience, is deeply embedded in Japanese aesthetics and the samurai's worldview. The weathered wood of the temple, the moss on the stones, the fading colors of autumn leaves, all are seen as beautiful in their natural state of decay and renewal. This acceptance of impermanence brought a certain freedom. It taught the samurai to cherish each moment, to find beauty in the fleeting nature of life. This understanding informed his courage and his commitment to living honorably. The moon continues its slow arc across the sky, a silent sentinel. Its light illuminates the intricate details of the temple roof, the gentle curve of its eaves, designed to shed rain and snow gracefully. These architectural elements are not just functional, they are artistic expressions of balance and harmony. The sound of a distant stream can be faintly heard, a constant, murmuring presence. Water, in Japanese culture, is a powerful symbol of purity, adaptability, and continuous flow. It represents life itself, ever moving, ever changing, yet always returning to its source. The samurai, like the water, learned to be both strong and yielding. He could be as unyielding as a rock in defense of his principles, yet as adaptable as water flowing around an obstacle. This duality was a key aspect of his martial and spiritual training. The gentle current of the stream mirrors the gentle current of time passing in the night. There is no rush, no urgency, only a steady, unhurried progression. This natural rhythm is deeply calming, inviting a similar unhurriedness into one's own being. The temple bell, though silent now, stands as a symbol of profound resonance. Its deep, sonorous tones would typically mark the passage of time or signal moments of meditation. In its silence, it holds the memory of those vibrations, a potential for deep sound. The air itself feels soft, almost velvety. It carries no harshness, no sharp edges. It is a comforting presence, wrapping around the temple and its sleeping guardian like a soft blanket. This gentle embrace encourages a deeper surrender to the night. The concept of ma, the space between things, is also present in the temple's design. The empty spaces, the pauses in the garden, the silence between sounds, these are not voids but essential elements that give meaning and emphasis to what surrounds them. This ma is particularly potent in the quiet of the night. It is in these spaces of stillness that true understanding can emerge, where the mind can find clarity without distraction. The samurai understood the value of such emptiness. The scent of incense, though long dissipated from the evening's rituals, seems to linger in the memory of the air. It is a subtle, almost imperceptible fragrance that speaks of ancient ceremonies and devotion. It adds another layer to the temple's serene atmosphere. The wooden floors of the temple, polished by centuries of footsteps, reflect the moonlight in soft gleams. Each plank tells a story of countless monks, samurai, and pilgrims who have walked these halls, seeking peace and enlightenment. The very structure of the temple, built without nails in many traditional designs, relies on interlocking joints. This method speaks to an understanding of natural forces, allowing the building to flex and breathe with the earth, making it resilient to seismic activity. It is a testament to ingenious craftsmanship and harmony with nature. The samurai's armor, if it were present, would be meticulously cleaned and stored, ready for use. But in this moment of peace, its purpose is dormant. The focus shifts from the tools of conflict to the tranquility of the spirit. The katana, the samurai's soul, would rest in its scabbard, its sharp edge sheathed. It is a weapon of precision and lethal beauty, but its true power lay in the samurai's discipline and wisdom to know when not to draw it. This restraint was a mark of true mastery. The quiet hum of insects, a barely audible chorus, contributes to the natural symphony of the night. It is a sound that blends seamlessly with the rustling leaves and the distant stream, creating a tapestry of gentle ambient noise. These small sounds do not disturb the quiet, rather, they enhance it, providing a subtle backdrop against which the deeper silence can be perceived. They are reminders of the continuous life cycle, even in the darkest hours. The samurai's sleep is a deep, restorative process, allowing his body and mind to rejuvenate. This period of rest is as crucial to his readiness as his training and meditation. It is a vital component of his overall well-being. His dreams, if any, might be of cherry blossoms swaying in the breeze, of moonlit paths through bamboo groves, or perhaps of the quiet strength of his ancestors. They would be dreams imbued with the spirit of his culture and his calling. The temple grounds are watched over by ancient trees, their branches reaching towards the sky like silent guardians. These trees have witnessed centuries of seasons, of human joys and sorrows, standing firm through it all. They embody endurance and wisdom. The roots of these trees delve deep into the earth, anchoring them firmly. This connection to the earth is a powerful symbol of stability and grounding, qualities that the samurai also cultivated within himself. The air becomes slightly cooler as the night progresses, a subtle shift that signals the approach of the deepest hours. This coolness is refreshing, a gentle caress against the skin. It encourages a deeper burrowing into warmth and comfort. The stars, if visible through the temple's open spaces, would twinkle with a steady, ancient light. They are distant worlds, silent witnesses to the passage of time on Earth. Their presence reminds one of the vastness of the universe and the smallness of individual concerns. This perspective, of being a small part of something immense, can be profoundly calming. It places personal worries into a larger context, allowing them to diminish in significance. The samurai often contemplated such cosmic truths. The gentle current of the night continues its flow, carrying everything along in its quiet momentum. There is no resistance, only acceptance of its steady pace. This acceptance brings a profound sense of peace. The temple remains a beacon of tranquility, a sanctuary where the spirit can find rest. Its ancient stones and timbers hold the echoes of countless prayers and meditations, infusing the very air with a sense of sacred calm. The samurai's peaceful slumber deepens, a quiet anchor in the heart of the night. His presence is a silent reassurance, a guardian of the stillness that envelops everything. The world outside has receded completely, leaving only the profound, gentle embrace of sleep. This quietude now settles even deeper, preparing for the softest whispers of dawn. The night deepens, a vast, silent canvas. The temple grounds are still. Only the softest breeze stirs through the ancient pines. These trees, some hundreds of years old, have witnessed centuries of seasons. They are guardians of the temple's quiet history. Their roots intertwine with the earth, holding stories of devotion. The air carries the faint, sweet scent of cedar and damp soil. A distant owl calls, a soft hoot breaking the profound silence. It is a sound of the wilderness, yet it adds to the tranquility here. The moon, now high, casts long, shifting shadows. These shadows dance gently with the movement of the branches. They create intricate patterns on the stone pathways. These paths, worn smooth by countless footsteps, lead to various shrines. Each shrine holds a small, carved deity, often adorned with offerings. Small, polished stones or fresh sprigs of bamboo might be placed there. These offerings are gestures of respect, of quiet prayer. The temple's architecture blends seamlessly with the natural landscape. Its wooden structures are unpainted, allowing the grain to show. This natural aesthetic is called wabi-sabi. It celebrates imperfection, impermanence, and simplicity. It finds beauty in the rustic and the understated. The samurai's sleep is undisturbed by these subtle shifts. He rests deeply, his breathing even and slow. His dreams are perhaps of quiet gardens, or the gentle flow of a stream. The temple itself seems to breathe with him. Its ancient timbers absorb the night's peace. The world outside has completely faded. Only the profound, gentle embrace of sleep remains. This quietude settles even deeper. It prepares for the softest whispers of dawn. The first faint light will soon touch the eastern sky. The silence deepens, a peaceful, timeless embrace. The profound, gentle embrace of sleep remains, a quietude that settles even deeper, preparing for the softest whispers of dawn, as the first faint light will soon touch the eastern sky, and the silence deepens, a peaceful, timeless embrace. Yet within this tranquility, the echoes of a warrior's life resonate, painting a vivid tapestry of feudal Japan. Imagine the intricate social structure that defined the samurai's world, a rigid hierarchy with the emperor at its symbolic apex, though often holding little real political power, especially during the shogunate periods when military dictatorships effectively governed the nation. Below the emperor and his court nobles, the shogun, the supreme military commander, wielded immense authority, dictating policy and controlling vast territories through a network of loyal, or sometimes rebellious, daimyo. These powerful feudal lords, the daimyo, commanded their own samurai armies and administered their domains, known as han, each a miniature kingdom with its own economic and social systems, contributing to the decentralized yet interconnected nature of feudal Japan. The samurai themselves, a distinct warrior class, served these daimyo, forming the backbone of their military might and administrative apparatus, inheriting their status and adhering to a strict code of conduct that permeated every aspect of their existence. Beneath the samurai were the farmers, the backbone of the economy, whose tireless labor produced the rice that fueled the nation and served as the primary form of wealth and taxation, followed by the artisans, skilled craftspeople who produced everything from pottery and textiles to weapons and armor. At the bottom of this social ladder were the merchants, often viewed with suspicion due to their perceived unproductive nature and their focus on profit, though their economic influence grew significantly over time, particularly during the later periods of feudal Japan. This intricate stratification, known as Shinokyo, or warrior farmer artisan merchant, dictated an individual's role, responsibilities, and opportunities, creating a society where tradition and duty were paramount. Consider the detailed training regimen that began for a samurai child almost from the moment they could walk, instilling not only martial prowess but also a profound sense of discipline and ethical conduct. Young boys, and sometimes girls, were taught the art of kenjutsu, the foundational sword techniques, starting with wooden practice swords called bokken or bamboo swords known as shinai before progressing to the real katana, learning precise stances, strikes, and parries that could mean the difference between life and death on the battlefield. Archery, or kyudo, was another essential skill, demanding not only physical strength and accuracy but also intense mental focus and spiritual awareness, as the drawing of the bow and the release of the arrow were considered meditative practices. Horsemanship, or bujutsu, was crucial for cavalry charges and rapid deployment, with samurai learning to fight effectively from horseback, wielding bows, spears, and even swords while maintaining control of their steeds. Spear fighting, or sajutsu, was highly effective against mounted warriors and in close-quarters combat, requiring agility and strength to manipulate the long, formidable weapons. Jiu-jitsu, a form of unarmed combat, provided practical self-defense techniques and methods for disarming opponents, emphasizing leverage and joint locks rather than brute force. Beyond these martial arts, samurai children received an extensive education in classical Chinese and Japanese literature, poetry, calligraphy, and history, fostering intellectual development and an appreciation for aesthetics, which were considered integral to the cultivated warrior. They studied strategy and tactics, learning from historical battles and military treatises like Sun Tzu's Art of War, adapting these principles to the unique terrain and warfare styles of Japan. Ethical teachings, rooted in Confucianism and Buddhism, emphasized loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and courage, shaping their moral compass and reinforcing the principles of Bushido, the way of the warrior. This comprehensive education, blending martial arts with intellectual and moral development, aimed to produce a well-rounded warrior scholar, capable of leading, governing, and fighting with both skill and wisdom. Delve into the profound philosophy of Bushido, the unwritten code that guided the samurai's life, evolving over centuries and formalizing into a distinct ethical system during the Edo period. At its core lay gi, righteousness or integrity, demanding that a samurai always act justly and honestly, upholding moral principles even in the face of adversity. Rei, respect, encompassed courtesy, politeness, and proper etiquette, recognizing the inherent dignity of others and maintaining social harmony, even towards one's enemies. Yu, heroic courage, meant facing danger without fear, not merely physical bravery but also the moral fortitude to stand by one's convictions. Meo, honor, was paramount, dictating that a samurai's reputation and dignity were more valuable than life itself, leading to extreme measures to avoid disgrace. Jin, benevolence or compassion, encouraged samurai to show mercy and kindness, especially to those weaker than themselves, balancing their warrior spirit with a sense of humanity. Makoto, honesty and sincerity, emphasized truthfulness in all dealings, ensuring that a samurai's word was their bond. Chugi, loyalty, was perhaps the most crucial virtue, demanding unwavering devotion to one's lord, family, and country, a commitment that superseded personal desires. Jisei, self-control, was essential for maintaining composure under pressure, mastering emotions, and acting with deliberate thought rather than impulsive reaction. The concept of mono no aware, a poignant appreciation for the ephemeral nature of beauty and life, also subtly influenced the samurai, fostering a sense of melancholy acceptance of impermanence, often reflected in their love for cherry blossoms, which bloom gloriously but briefly. Bushido was not merely a set of rules but a way of life, a spiritual path that integrated martial discipline with ethical principles, shaping the samurai's worldview and their approach to existence, death, and duty. Consider the intricate artistry and symbolism embedded in the samurai's weaponry, particularly the iconic katana, a masterpiece of metallurgical engineering and aesthetic design. The forging process of a katana was a sacred and painstaking ritual, often taking months, involving multiple layers of high-carbon steel folded and hammered repeatedly to remove impurities and create a blade with both exceptional hardness for the cutting edge and flexibility for resilience. This differential hardening, achieved through a clay tempering process, resulted in the distinctive hamon, a visible temper line along the blade's edge, each pattern unique and often resembling natural phenomena like clouds or waves. The tsuka, or handle, was typically wrapped in ray skin, samagawa, for grip, then tightly bound with silk or cotton cord, tsukurito, in intricate patterns, often incorporating decorative elements called menuki. The tsuba, or handguard, served not only as a protective barrier but also as a canvas for exquisite metalwork, depicting mythological creatures, natural scenes, or family crests, each piece a miniature sculpture. The soyo, or scabbard, was usually made of lacquered wood, often adorned with intricate carvings or inlays, designed to protect the blade and allow for a smooth, quick draw. Beyond the katana, the wakizashi, a shorter companion sword, was carried alongside, forming the daisho, the traditional pair of swords that symbolized a samurai's status and honor. Spears, yari, bows, yumi, and polearms like the naginata, favored by female warriors and monks, also exhibited remarkable craftsmanship, each designed for specific combat scenarios and reflecting the aesthetic sensibilities of the era. The meticulous attention to detail in every component of their weaponry underscored the samurai's belief that their tools were extensions of their spirit, imbued with both practical function and profound artistic significance. Imagine the daily life within a samurai household, a blend of strict discipline, cultural refinement, and domestic duties, far removed from the constant battles often depicted in popular media. The head of the household, whether a high-ranking daimyo or a lower-ranking samurai, maintained a strict schedule, often rising before dawn for meditation, martial arts practice, and administrative duties. Women played crucial roles, managing the household finances, overseeing servants, and raising children, instilling in them the values of Bushido from an early age. They were often skilled in domestic arts like weaving, sewing, and tea ceremony, and some, particularly those from warrior families, also received training in self-defense with weapons like the naginata. Meals were simple but nutritious, typically consisting of rice, miso soup, pickled vegetables, and fish, eaten in a communal setting but with strict adherence to etiquette. Education was paramount, with children receiving instruction in calligraphy, literature, and history, alongside their martial training, often taught by private tutors or within temple schools. Evenings might involve reading, poetry composition, or the practice of tea ceremony, a highly ritualized art form that emphasized harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility, providing a moment of calm reflection amidst the demands of samurai life. The home itself was often designed with aesthetic principles in mind, featuring sliding paper screens, shoji, tatami mats, and minimalist decor, creating a serene environment that encouraged contemplation and appreciation for beauty. Despite the rigid social structure, moments of leisure and artistic pursuit were cherished, allowing samurai to cultivate their intellectual and spiritual sides, balancing their warrior duties with a rich cultural life. Consider the profound impact of Zen Buddhism on the samurai's worldview and training, shaping their approach to combat, discipline, and the acceptance of death. Zen teachings, introduced to Japan from China, emphasized meditation, zazen, as a path to enlightenment, encouraging practitioners to empty their minds of distracting thoughts and achieve a state of pure awareness. For the samurai, this mental discipline translated directly into combat effectiveness, allowing them to remain calm and focused in the chaos of battle, reacting instinctively without hesitation or fear. The concept of mushin, or no mind, became central to their martial arts, signifying a state where the mind is free from conscious thought, allowing for fluid, spontaneous action. Zen also taught the impermanence of life and the inevitability of death, fostering a stoic acceptance that freed samurai from the fear of dying, enabling them to face overwhelming odds with courage and resolve. The practice of koan, paradoxical riddles used in Zen training, helped to break down conventional thought patterns, encouraging a more intuitive and holistic understanding of reality. Many samurai sought guidance from Zen masters, visiting temples for meditation retreats and philosophical discussions, integrating these spiritual practices into their daily lives. The aesthetic principles of Zen, such as simplicity, naturalness, and austerity, also influence samurai culture, manifesting in their appreciation for minimalist gardens, the tea ceremony, and the unadorned beauty of their weapons and armor. This spiritual foundation provided a powerful psychological edge, transforming the samurai from mere soldiers into enlightened warriors who embraced both life and death with equanimity. Delve into the intricate political landscape of feudal Japan, a constantly shifting tapestry of alliances, betrayals, and power struggles that defined various periods. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1185, marked the beginning of samurai rule, with the Minamoto clan consolidating power after defeating the Taira clan in the Genpei War, shifting the political center from Kyoto to Kamakura. This period saw the rise of the Hojo regents, who effectively controlled the shogunate, demonstrating the complex layers of authority that often existed. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though ultimately repelled by fierce samurai resistance and providential typhoons, kamikaze, placed immense strain on the shogunate's resources and ultimately contributed to its decline. The Ashikaga shogunate, which began in 1336, brought a new era of military rule, but it was plagued by internal conflicts and a weakening central authority, eventually leading to the Onin War, 1467 to 1477. This devastating conflict in Kyoto plunged Japan into the Sengo period, or the Warring States period, a century and a half of relentless civil strife where powerful daimyo vied for supremacy, constantly expanding their territories and forming temporary alliances. Figures like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu emerged as the three great unifiers, each playing a crucial role in bringing an end to this chaotic era through military genius and political maneuvering. Oda Nobunaga, known for his innovative use of firearms, began the process of unification, followed by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a commoner who rose to become a powerful regent, and finally Tokugawa Ieyasu, who established the enduring Tokugawa shogunate in 1603. This final shogunate ushered in over 250 years of relative peace and stability, known as the Edo period, during which Japan experienced significant cultural and economic development, though under strict isolationist policies. The constant ebb and flow of power, the rise and fall of clans, and the strategic brilliance of its leaders characterize the fascinating political history of feudal Japan. Imagine the spectacular and functional design of samurai armor, known as oyuroi or dumaru, which evolved significantly over the centuries to adapt to changing warfare tactics and aesthetic preferences. Early armor, such as the oyuroi of the Heian and Kamakura periods, was designed primarily for mounted archers, featuring large, boxy plates of lacquered iron or leather scales, kozaine, laced together with colorful silk cords, odoshi. This construction provided excellent protection against arrows and sword blows while allowing for a full range of motion necessary for archery from horseback. The helmet, or kabuto, was often a work of art, adorned with elaborate crests, medate, depicting animal horns, mythical creatures, or abstract designs, serving both as identification and intimidation. The face mask, or menpo, protected the face and provided a fearsome appearance, sometimes featuring a detachable nose piece or a stylized mustache. As warfare shifted from individual duels to massed infantry engagements during the Sengo period, armor became lighter and more practical, evolving into the dumaru and haramaki styles, which offered greater flexibility for foot soldiers. These later armors often incorporated lamella or plate construction, with larger, overlapping plates riveted together, providing enhanced protection against firearms and spears. The colorful lacing of earlier armors gave way to more subdued tones, reflecting the grittier realities of prolonged warfare. Despite these practical changes, the aesthetic element remained strong, with daimyo and high-ranking samurai commissioning custom-designed suits of armor that reflected their personal style and clan identity, often incorporating intricate lacquer work, gold leaf, and unique decorative motifs. Each piece of armor, from the shoulder guards, sewed, to the thigh guards, hidate, was meticulously crafted to provide both protection and a powerful visual statement, embodying the samurai spirit and status on the battlefield. Consider the role of castles in feudal Japan, not merely as defensive strongholds but as centers of political power, economic activity, and cultural life for the daimyo and their samurai retainers. Early castles, often built on strategic hilltops, were primarily wooden fortifications with earthworks, designed for quick construction and defense against smaller forces. As warfare intensified during the Sengo period, castle design evolved dramatically, becoming massive stone fortresses with multiple layers of defense, intricate moats, high walls, and complex gate systems. The Tenshu, or main keep, was the tallest and most prominent structure, serving as the daimyo's residence, a command center, and a final redoubt, often featuring multiple stories and impressive architectural details. These castles were not isolated structures but rather the heart of a castle town, Jokamachi, where samurai residences, merchant shops, and artisan workshops clustered around the castle walls, creating a vibrant urban center. The layout of these towns was often designed for defense, with winding streets and dead ends to disorient attackers. Castle construction was a monumental undertaking, requiring vast resources and the labor of thousands, often incorporating advanced engineering techniques to withstand sieges and earthquakes. Famous castles like Himeji Castle, known for its elegant white exterior and complex maze-like approach, or Matsumoto Castle, with its striking black walls, stand as enduring testaments to the architectural prowess and strategic thinking of the era. Beyond their military function, castles served as symbols of the daimyo's authority and prestige, showcasing their wealth and power through their imposing scale and intricate design, embodying the very essence of feudal Japan's military and political landscape. Delve into the fascinating world of ninja, often portrayed as mysterious assassins, whose historical role was more complex and nuanced than popular culture suggests, operating in the shadows of the samurai's world. While samurai adhered to the strict code of Bushido, ninja, or shinobi, operated outside conventional morality, employing unconventional tactics and espionage to achieve their objectives, often in service of a daimyo or a specific clan. Their training focused on stealth, disguise, infiltration, and information gathering, rather than direct combat, though they were proficient in various martial arts and specialized weapons. Ninja were masters of espionage, ninjutsu, gathering intelligence on enemy troop movements, castle layouts, and political intrigues, providing invaluable information that could turn the tide of a conflict. They were adept at disguise, blending seamlessly into various social roles, from merchants and monks to farmers and entertainers, to avoid detection. Their arsenal included specialized tools like climbing claws, shuko, smoke bombs, kimuradama, and various throwing weapons like shuriken, designed for distraction or incapacitation rather than direct killing. They also possessed extensive knowledge of poisons, explosives, and survival techniques, enabling them to operate effectively in hostile environments. While samurai valued open combat and honorable death, ninja prioritized mission success and survival, often employing deception and subterfuge, which were considered dishonorable by samurai standards. The ninja clans, such as the Iga and Koga, developed unique traditions and techniques, often passing their knowledge down through generations within their families. Although their existence is often shrouded in myth and exaggerated tales, historical records indicate that ninja played a significant, albeit covert, role in the political and military landscape of feudal Japan, acting as the unseen eyes and ears of powerful lords, contributing to the complex tapestry of warfare and intrigue. Consider the profound influence of the tea ceremony, or chanoyu, on samurai culture, evolving from a simple act of drinking tea into a highly ritualized art form that embodied Zen principles and aesthetic ideals. Introduced to Japan from China, tea drinking was initially adopted by Buddhist monks for its meditative qualities and then embraced by the samurai class, who found its emphasis on discipline, focus, and tranquility appealing. The tea ceremony became a sophisticated practice, meticulously choreographed, where every gesture, every utensil, and every aspect of the environment held symbolic meaning. The chishitsu, or tea room, was typically a small, minimalist space designed to foster a sense of intimacy and contemplation, often featuring natural materials and a carefully arranged tokonoma, alcove, with a scroll painting and a flower arrangement. The host, often a samurai, would carefully prepare and serve powdered green tea, matcha, to their guests, following a precise sequence of movements that reflected grace, precision, and respect. The utensils, including the tea bowl, chorin, whisk, chasen, and tea scoop, chishaku, were often exquisite works of art, chosen for their beauty and craftsmanship. Beyond the act of preparing and drinking tea, chinoyu was a spiritual practice, encouraging participants to appreciate the present moment, to find beauty in simplicity, wabi-sabi, and to cultivate harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility, the four core principles of the tea ceremony. For samurai, it offered a respite from the demands of warfare and politics, a space for quiet introspection and the cultivation of inner peace, demonstrating their commitment to cultural refinement alongside their martial prowess. Imagine the intricate system of land ownership and taxation that underpinned the feudal economy, a complex web of obligations and dependencies that sustained the samurai class. During much of feudal Japan, land was not owned outright by individuals but rather held in various forms of tenure, often with the shogun at the top, granting rights to daimyo, who in turn granted rights to their samurai retainers. The primary form of wealth was rice, and farmers, who comprised the vast majority of the population, cultivated the land and paid taxes, usually in the form of a portion of their harvest, to their local lord. This rice, known as kokudaka, was measured in koku, a unit equivalent to the amount of rice needed to feed one person for a year, and served as the basis for assessing a daimyo's wealth and military strength. Samurai retainers received stipends, often in rice, from their daimyo in exchange for their military service and administrative duties. This system created a direct link between agricultural productivity and the samurai's livelihood, making the stability of the farming class crucial to the entire feudal structure. The land itself was often divided into shon, or estates, which were largely autonomous and often exempt from central government taxes, further complicating the land tenure system. Over time, as the economy diversified, particularly during the Edo period, money and commercial activities gained importance, but rice remained the fundamental currency and symbol of wealth throughout most of the feudal era. The complex interplay of land, labor, and taxation shaped the economic realities of feudal Japan, supporting the samurai's existence and influencing the political dynamics of the nation. Consider the significant role of women in samurai society, often overlooked in narratives focusing solely on male warriors, yet their contributions were vital to the functioning and perpetuation of the samurai class. While their primary role was often within the household, managing finances, overseeing servants, and raising children, samurai women were far from passive figures. They were expected to embody the virtues of Bushido, demonstrating courage, loyalty, and self-control, and were often educated in literature, arts, and even martial arts, particularly the use of the naginata, a polearm well suited for fighting from within the confines of a home. Many women from warrior families were trained in self-defense and were prepared to defend their homes and families in the absence of their male relatives, sometimes even participating in battles or sieges. Famous female warriors, known as onobugeisha, such as Tomo Gozen, who fought alongside Minamoto no Yoshinaka during the Genpei War, or Hojo Mosoko, who wielded significant political power as a regent during the Kamakura period, exemplify the strength and influence of these women. Arranged marriages were common, often serving to forge political alliances between powerful families, and samurai wives were expected to be loyal and supportive of their husbands, even in times of great hardship. They played a crucial role in maintaining the family lineage, ensuring the continuation of the samurai class through their children. Their quiet strength, resilience, and commitment to the samurai code were indispensable to the stability and endurance of feudal Japan, demonstrating that honor and duty were not exclusive to men. Delve into the fascinating world of samurai literature and arts, which flourished during the feudal period, reflecting their unique worldview and aesthetic sensibilities. The Tale of the Hiker, an epic account of the Genpei War, became a foundational text, recounting the rise and fall of the Taira clan and imbued with Buddhist themes of impermanence and the vanity of worldly power, often recited by blind bards, biwa hoshi. Poetry, particularly waka and haiku, was a highly valued art form, with samurai often composing verses before battle or during moments of contemplation, expressing their feelings about nature, duty, and mortality. Calligraphy, or shodo, was another essential skill, considered a spiritual practice that revealed the writer's character and inner state, with samurai meticulously practicing brush strokes to achieve both beauty and precision. Ink painting, or sumi-e, often influenced by Zen Buddhism, emphasized simplicity, spontaneity, and the capture of essential forms, reflecting the samurai's appreciation for minimalist aesthetics. The No Theatre, a classical Japanese musical drama, developed during the Muromachi period, often featured samurai themes, exploring concepts of honor, revenge, and the supernatural through stylized movements, masks, and elaborate costumes. The art of flower arrangement, or ikebana, was also practiced by samurai, emphasizing balance, harmony, and the beauty of natural forms, providing another avenue for aesthetic expression and meditative focus. These artistic pursuits were not mere pastimes but integral components of the samurai's education and spiritual development, allowing them to cultivate their intellectual and emotional depth, balancing the harsh realities of warfare with a profound appreciation for beauty and cultural refinement. Consider the profound impact of the Shimabara Rebellion, 1637–1638, a pivotal event that solidified the Tokugawa shogunate's isolationist policies and dramatically altered the role of the samurai. This large-scale uprising in southwestern Japan, primarily composed of Christian peasants and masterless samurai, ronin, was sparked by grievances over oppressive taxation and religious persecution. The rebellion grew to encompass tens of thousands, who fortified themselves in Hara Castle, posing a serious threat to the shogunate's authority. The Tokugawa forces, numbering over 100,000 samurai, eventually crushed the rebellion after a brutal siege, with significant casualties on both sides. The aftermath of Shimabara had far-reaching consequences. The shogunate intensified its persecution of Christianity, viewing it as a subversive foreign influence, and implemented the Sakoku policy, severely restricting foreign trade and travel. This isolationist stance, which lasted for over 2 centuries, aimed to prevent further foreign interference and maintain internal stability. For the samurai, the rebellion highlighted the dangers of a large population of ronin, leading to stricter controls over their movement and employment. More broadly, as the Edo period progressed and Japan entered an era of prolonged peace, the traditional role of the samurai as warriors diminished. While they retained their privileged social status, many samurai transitioned into administrative roles, becoming bureaucrats, scholars, or even artists, adapting to a world where their martial skills were less frequently called upon. The Shimabara rebellion thus marked a turning point, reinforcing the shogunate's control and accelerating the transformation of the samurai from active combatants to a more administrative and cultural elite within a peaceful, isolated Japan. Imagine the intricate details of a samurai's daily attire, which varied significantly depending on their rank, occasion, and the period, yet always reflected a blend of practicality, status, and aesthetic refinement. During the early feudal periods, samurai often wore loose-fitting silk or cotton kimonos as undergarments, topped with more formal attire. For formal occasions or court appearances, they would wear kamishimo, a two-piece garment consisting of a katajinu, a stiff, winged vest, and hakama, wide, pleated trousers, often made of fine silk or linen. The hakama itself came in various styles, including the formal nogabakama, with extra long legs designed to trail on the floor, making it difficult to move quickly and thus symbolizing a peaceful setting where no sudden action was expected. For everyday wear, especially within their own domains, samurai might opt for simpler kimonos or kosode, a basic robe, often worn with a hari, a short jacket. During colder months, multiple layers of kimonos would be worn for warmth. The choice of fabric, color, and pattern often denoted a samurai's social standing and clan affiliation, with elaborate designs and expensive silks reserved for higher ranks. Hair was typically styled in a chonmage, a topknot, with the front of the head often shaved, a distinctive hairstyle that became synonymous with the samurai. Footwear included jita, wooden clogs, or zori, straw sandals, often worn with tabi, split-toed socks. The daisho, the pair of swords, was always worn, tucked into the obi, sash, serving as a constant symbol of their status and readiness. Even in their daily dress, samurai maintained an air of dignity and adherence to established norms, reflecting the meticulous attention to detail that permeated every aspect of their lives. Consider the role of seppuku, or ritual suicide, a practice deeply intertwined with the samurai code of honor, serving as a means to atone for failure, avoid capture, or protest injustice. While often sensationalized, seppuku was a solemn and highly ritualized act, considered an honorable death that preserved a samurai's dignity in the face of disgrace. The ritual involved plunging a short sword, or tanto, into the abdomen, typically from left to right, a painful act believed to release the soul. To ensure a swift and less agonizing death, a trusted second, or kaishakunin, usually a close friend or relative, stood by to perform a decapitation immediately after the initial incision. The act was performed with great formality, often in a garden or a specially prepared room, with the samurai dressed in white, writing a death poem, and performing a final tea ceremony. Reasons for seppuku varied. It could be ordered by a lord as a form of capital punishment, allowing the samurai to die with honor rather than be executed as a common criminal, It could be chosen voluntarily to atone for a mistake, to protest a lord's actions, or to follow a deceased lord into the afterlife, junsha. The practice underscored the paramount importance of honor and loyalty in samurai society, demonstrating a willingness to sacrifice one's life to uphold these values, even in the face of extreme suffering. While a grim aspect of samurai culture, seppuku reveals the profound commitment to principle that defined the warrior class, highlighting their unique relationship with life, death, and honor. Delve into the fascinating world of the Ronin, masterless samurai who, for various reasons, found themselves without a lord to serve, often becoming figures of both pity and fear in feudal Japan. A samurai could become a Ronin if their lord died or was overthrown, if they were exiled for a transgression, or if they chose to abandon their service, though the latter was considered a grave act. Without a lord, a Ronin lost their stipend, their social standing, and their place within the rigid feudal hierarchy, often facing extreme poverty and social ostracization. Many Ronin wandered the countryside, seeking new employment as bodyguards, mercenaries, or teachers of martial arts, while others turned to banditry or became involved in political intrigues, sometimes leading rebellions. The famous story of the 47 Ronin exemplifies their complex status, as these masterless samurai meticulously planned and executed revenge against the lord responsible for their master's forced seppuku, ultimately choosing seppuku themselves to uphold their honor and loyalty. During periods of intense warfare, like the Sengo period, the number of Ronin swelled, as lords were defeated and armies disbanded, creating a volatile and unpredictable element in society. In the peaceful Edo period, the Ronin problem became more acute, as there were fewer opportunities for employment, leading to social unrest and the romanticization of their plight in popular culture. The Ronin embodied the precariousness of samurai existence, highlighting the profound importance of the lord-vassal relationship and the challenges faced by those who fell outside its protective embrace. Consider the profound influence of Shinto, Japan's indigenous religion, on samurai beliefs and practices, often coexisting harmoniously with Buddhism and Confucianism. Shinto, meaning way of the gods, emphasizes the worship of kami, deities or spirits believed to inhabit natural elements like mountains, rivers, trees, and even ancestors or revered leaders. For samurai, this translated into a deep respect for nature and a belief in the spiritual essence of their surroundings, often performing purification rituals before important battles or ceremonies. Many samurai carried small amulets or visited Shinto shrines to seek blessings from kami for success in battle or protection. The concept of purity and pollution was central to Shinto, influencing their practices of cleanliness and ritual purification. Ancestor worship, a significant aspect of Shinto, reinforced the importance of family lineage and the continuation of the samurai name, with rituals performed to honor deceased family members and ensure their benevolent influence. The emperor, considered a direct descendant of the sun goddess Amaterasu, held a sacred position in Shinto, reinforcing the samurai's loyalty to the imperial line, even when political power resided with the shogun. Shinto festivals, matsuri, were vibrant community events that brought together samurai and commoners, fostering a sense of shared cultural identity and connecting them to the spiritual rhythms of the land. This ancient belief system provided a spiritual foundation that intertwined with their martial discipline and ethical code, grounding the samurai in the deep-rooted traditions and natural world of Japan. Imagine the intricate system of espionage and counter-espionage that operated within and between the various daimyo domains during the feudal period, a shadowy world where information was power and deception was a vital weapon. Beyond the overt military clashes, a constant battle of wits and subterfuge unfolded, with each daimyo employing agents to gather intelligence on their rivals' military strength, economic resources, political alliances, and internal dissent. These agents, often referred to as metsuki or onmitsu, could be samurai themselves, disguised as merchants, monks, or even common laborers, or they might be specialized ninja trained in stealth and infiltration. Their tasks included observing troop movements, mapping castle defenses, intercepting communications, and even spreading disinformation to sow discord among enemy ranks. Counter-espionage was equally crucial, with daimyo employing their own agents to identify and neutralize enemy spies, often through elaborate traps or interrogations. The Tokugawa shogunate, particularly during the Edo period, established a highly sophisticated system of metsuki and ometsuki, inspectors, to monitor the daimyo and ensure their loyalty, traveling regularly between Edo and the various domains to report on their activities. This system of surveillance, combined with the sankinko-tai, alternate attendance, policy that required daimyo to spend every other year in Edo, helped to maintain the shogunate's control and prevent the resurgence of civil war. The constant threat of espionage fostered an atmosphere of suspicion and secrecy, where trust was a rare commodity and appearances could be deceiving, adding another layer of complexity to the already intricate political landscape of feudal Japan. Consider the profound aesthetic of wabi-sabi, a core concept in Japanese art and culture that deeply resonated with the samurai, influencing their appreciation for simplicity, imperfection, and the transient nature of existence. Wabi refers to a rustic simplicity, quietude, and an appreciation for understated elegance, often found in natural materials and unadorned forms. It speaks to a sense of humble beauty, often associated with solitude and detachment from worldly concerns. Sabai refers to the beauty that comes with age, the patina of time, and the signs of wear and tear that reveal a history of use and natural decay. It suggests a melancholic beauty, an acceptance of impermanence and the natural cycle of growth and decline. Together, wabi-sabi celebrates the beauty of imperfection, incompleteness, and the ephemeral, finding profound meaning in the subtle and the understated rather than the opulent or the flawless. For the samurai, this aesthetic resonated with their Zen Buddhist training, which emphasized the impermanence of life and the acceptance of death. It could be seen in their appreciation for a simple, unglazed tea bowl with a slight crack, a weathered stone lantern in a garden, or the fleeting beauty of cherry blossoms. This philosophy encouraged them to find beauty in the ordinary, to embrace the natural cycles of life and decay, and to cultivate a sense of inner peace amidst the harsh realities of their warrior existence. Wabi-sabi provided a spiritual and aesthetic framework that allowed samurai to perceive profound beauty and meaning in the world around them, even in its imperfections, enriching their lives beyond the battlefield. Imagine the intricate process of creating a Japanese garden, a highly refined art form deeply appreciated by samurai, serving as spaces for contemplation, meditation, and the cultivation of aesthetic sensibilities. These gardens were not merely decorative but were designed to evoke natural landscapes, often miniature representations of mountains, rivers, and oceans, using carefully selected stones, plants, water features, and sand. The Karasansui, or dry landscape garden, often called a Zen garden, is a prime example, consisting primarily of rocks and raked sand or gravel, meticulously arranged to symbolize water, islands, and mountains, encouraging quiet contemplation and meditation. The act of raking the gravel itself was a meditative practice, fostering focus and tranquility. Chainiwa, or tea gardens, were designed to create a sense of peaceful transition from the outside world to the tea house, featuring stepping stones, moss-covered paths, and carefully placed lanterns, preparing guests for the ritual of the tea ceremony. Pond gardens, or Chizenkayu Shiki Taian, featured large ponds with islands, bridges, and winding paths, designed for strolling and viewing from various perspectives, often incorporating borrowed scenery, shakei, from the surrounding landscape. Every element in a Japanese garden was placed with deliberate intention, adhering to principles of asymmetry, balance, and harmony, creating a microcosm of nature that invited introspection. For samurai, these gardens provided a sanctuary from the demands of their duties, a place to cultivate inner peace, reflect on the impermanence of life, and connect with the natural world, reinforcing their commitment to both martial discipline and cultural refinement. Consider the development of firearms, specifically the Tanegashima or arquebus, and their transformative impact on samurai warfare, forever altering traditional combat tactics. Introduced to Japan by Portuguese traders in 1543, these matchlock firearms were initially met with skepticism by some samurai who valued the traditional sword and bow. However, visionary daimyo like Oda Nobunaga quickly recognized their potential, integrating them into his armies and revolutionizing battlefield strategy. Nobunaga's innovative use of massed arquebusiers, firing in volleys, proved devastatingly effective against traditional samurai formations, allowing him to achieve decisive victories. The introduction of firearms necessitated changes in armor design, leading to the development of bullet-resistant plates and altered castle architecture, with thicker walls and gun ports becoming common. While the arquebus was slow to reload and susceptible to weather conditions, its ability to penetrate armor and its psychological impact on the enemy made it a formidable weapon. The widespread adoption of firearms led to a decline in the emphasis on individual samurai prowess and a greater focus on coordinated unit tactics and logistical support. The production of Tanegashima quickly became a major industry in Japan, with skilled artisans adapting and improving the foreign technology. This technological shift, though initially resisted by traditionalists, ultimately played a crucial role in the unification of Japan under the Three Great Unifiers, demonstrating the samurai's capacity for adaptation and innovation, even when it challenged their long-held traditions of warfare. Delve into the fascinating world of samurai family crests, or mon, also kamen, which served as powerful symbols of identity, lineage, and loyalty, deeply embedded in the visual culture of feudal Japan. These distinctive emblems, often circular in design, were unique to each samurai family or clan, passed down through generations, and displayed on everything from armor, helmets, and banners to kimonos, lanterns, and household items. The designs themselves were incredibly diverse, ranging from stylized natural elements like flowers, e.g., the Tokugawa hollyhock, birds, or animals, to geometric patterns, celestial bodies, or abstract symbols. Each mon carried a specific meaning or historical significance related to the family's origins, achievements, or aspirations. On the battlefield, banners bearing the clan mon served as crucial identifiers, allowing samurai to distinguish allies from enemies in the chaos of combat and rallying points for their forces. The mon also played a vital role in social stratification, clearly indicating a samurai's affiliation and status within the complex feudal hierarchy. Beyond their practical and symbolic functions, mon were also considered works of art, meticulously designed and crafted, reflecting the aesthetic sensibilities of the era. The pride associated with one's mon was immense, as it represented the collective honor and history of the family, reinforcing the strong sense of lineage and duty that characterized the samurai class, making it a ubiquitous and powerful visual language throughout feudal Japan. Consider the role of the daimyo in the economic and cultural development of their respective domains, extending far beyond their military and political responsibilities. As feudal lords, daimyo were not only commanders of samurai armies but also administrators of their territories, overseeing agricultural production, infrastructure projects, and the promotion of local industries. They often invested in irrigation systems, road networks, and castle towns, which stimulated economic growth and facilitated trade within their domains. Many daimyo were also patrons of the arts, inviting scholars, artists, and craftsmen to their castles, fostering cultural development and establishing schools for their samurai retainers. They encouraged the production of local specialties, such as ceramics, textiles, or sake, which contributed to the wealth and distinct identity of their han. During the Edo period, the Sankinkotai policy, which required daimyo to spend alternate years in Edo and maintain residences there, stimulated the development of a national road network and fostered cultural exchange between the capital and the provinces. While it was a significant financial burden, it also led to the growth of inns, shops, and services along these routes. The daimyo acted as benevolent, albeit absolute, rulers, responsible for the welfare of their subjects and the prosperity of their lands, balancing their military duties with significant administrative and cultural contributions, shaping the diverse and rich tapestry of feudal Japan. Imagine the intricate and often brutal world of samurai duels, known as keto, which, while less common than large-scale battles, were highly ritualized encounters that tested a warrior's skill, courage, and honor. Duels could arise from personal insults, disputes over honor, or challenges between rival schools of swordsmanship, often taking place in secluded locations to avoid interference from authorities who generally discouraged such unsanctioned violence. Before a duel, participants would often exchange formal challenges, sometimes through intermediaries, and choose their weapons, typically the katana, though other weapons might be agreed upon. The duel itself was a swift and decisive affair, often ending with the first strike, as samurai training emphasized ending a confrontation quickly and efficiently. The legendary duelist Miyamoto Musashi, who fought over 60 duels and remained undefeated, epitomized the mastery of the sword, often employing unconventional tactics and a profound understanding of timing and psychology. Beyond the physical combat, duels were also psychological battles, with warriors attempting to intimidate or outwit their opponents before the blades even crossed. The outcome of a duel could have profound consequences for a samurai's reputation, either enhancing their honor or bringing shame upon their family. While duels were a dangerous and often fatal aspect of samurai life, they served as a testament to the individual warrior's skill and courage, reinforcing the ideals of personal honor and martial prowess that were central to the samurai code. Consider the profound impact of the arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry's Black Ships in 1853, an event that dramatically ended Japan's centuries-long isolation and ultimately led to the demise of the samurai class. Perry's fleet, with its technologically superior warships and formidable cannons, forced the Tokugawa shogunate to open its ports to foreign trade and sign unequal treaties, revealing Japan's technological inferiority and the shogunate's inability to defend the nation. This perceived weakness sparked widespread discontent among various factions, particularly among reform-minded samurai and imperial loyalists who sought to restore power to the emperor. The ensuing political upheaval, known as the Bakumatsu period, saw intense internal conflicts between pro-shogunate and anti-shogunate forces, often erupting into violent clashes. The shogunate, struggling to adapt to the new geopolitical realities and facing mounting internal opposition, was ultimately overthrown in 1868 during the Meiji Restoration. This revolutionary period ushered in a new era of rapid modernization, industrialization, and westernization, with the goal of strengthening Japan to resist Western imperialism. One of the most significant reforms was the abolition of the samurai class itself, with their stipends revoked, their right to carry swords publicly abolished, and their traditional privileges stripped away. While many samurai initially resisted these changes, participating in rebellions like the Satsuma Rebellion led by Saigo Takamori, the new imperial government's modern army proved superior. The samurai, as a distinct warrior class, ceased to exist, but their legacy of discipline, honor, and loyalty continued to influence Japanese society, shaping its national identity and its approach to modernization, marking the end of a remarkable era in Japanese history. The world outside has completely faded. Only the profound, gentle embrace of sleep remains. This quietude settles even deeper. It prepares for the softest whispers of dawn. The first faint light will soon touch the eastern sky. The silence deepens, a peaceful, timeless embrace. As the echoes of the samurai's historical impact resonate through the quiet expanse of time, we can now turn our attention to the intricate details of their daily lives, the rigorous training that forged their formidable skills, and the philosophical underpinnings that guided their every action, transcending mere martial prowess to encompass a profound way of being. The samurai's journey began not on the battlefield but in the dojo and the quiet contemplation of ancient texts, where physical conditioning was inextricably linked with mental and spiritual development, creating warriors who were as adept with a brush as they were with a blade. Young samurai, often from noble families, began their training at a very early age, sometimes as young as 5 or 6, under the watchful eyes of experienced sensei, learning not only the techniques of swordsmanship but also the strict etiquette and moral codes that defined their class. Their education was remarkably comprehensive, extending far beyond martial arts to include calligraphy, literature, poetry, and even the intricate rituals of the tea ceremony, all considered essential for cultivating a well-rounded and cultured individual known as a bunbu ryodo, or literary and martial arts in unison. Calligraphy, or shodo, was not merely about writing beautifully, it was a disciplined practice that taught control, focus, and the flow of energy, mirroring the precision and fluidity required in combat, where a single brushstroke could be as decisive as a sword stroke. The study of classical Chinese and Japanese literature, including works like The Tale of Genji and The Pillow Book, provided samurai with a deep understanding of human nature, history, and aesthetics, fostering empathy and strategic thinking beyond the immediate demands of warfare. Poetry, particularly the concise and evocative waka and later haiku, offered a means for samurai to express their innermost thoughts and emotions, to find beauty in the fleeting nature of life, and to contemplate the profound impermanence that permeated their existence, often composing verses even on the eve of battle. The tea ceremony, or chanoyu, was another vital component of their cultural education, a meticulously choreographed ritual emphasizing harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility, known as Waksei Jaku, providing a serene counterpoint to the often brutal realities of their profession. Participating in the tea ceremony taught samurai patience, mindfulness, and an appreciation for simplicity and natural beauty, allowing them to cultivate a calm and centered mind, which was indispensable for maintaining composure under pressure. Beyond these cultural pursuits, samurai were also trained in a wide array of martial disciplines, starting with kenjutsu, the art of swordsmanship, which was considered the soul of the samurai and the most prestigious skill to master. This training involved countless hours of repetitive drills, sparring with wooden swords, bokken, and later with blunted metal swords, iato, focusing on posture, footwork, cutting angles, and the swift drawing and sheathing of the blade. Alongside kenjutsu, they practiced jujitsu, a comprehensive system of unarmed combat that included throws, joint locks, strikes, and grappling, designed to be effective even when disarmed or in close quarters where a sword might be impractical. Archery, or kijutsu, was another fundamental skill, particularly during earlier periods when mounted archers played a crucial role in battlefield tactics, requiring immense strength, precision, and the ability to shoot accurately while riding a galloping horse. The yumi, the traditional Japanese longbow, was a powerful and formidable weapon, and mastering its use involved years of dedicated practice, often in specialized archery ranges or during ceremonial hunts. Horsemanship, or bujutsu, was equally important for many samurai, especially those from warrior clans who served as cavalry, demanding expert control of their steeds in various terrains and combat scenarios, often while simultaneously wielding a sword or bow. Spear fighting, or sojutsu, was also a significant part of their arsenal, with various types of spears like the yari, straight spear, and the naginata, a polearm with a curved blade, requiring different techniques for thrusting, sweeping, and parrying, proving particularly effective against cavalry or in formation fighting. The naginata, with its elegant yet deadly curve, was often associated with female warriors, or onabageisha, who were also trained in martial arts and sometimes fought alongside their male counterparts, defending their homes and families. Beyond individual weapon skills, samurai were extensively trained in battlefield tactics and strategy, studying ancient military treatises like Sun Tzu's Art of War and Japanese equivalents, learning how to command troops, assess terrain, and anticipate enemy movements. Their physical conditioning was relentless, involving not only martial practice but also endurance training, strength building, and maintaining a strict diet to ensure peak physical performance, often enduring harsh weather conditions and long marches. The samurai's armor, known as gusoku or yoroi, was a masterpiece of craftsmanship and engineering, designed to offer maximum protection while allowing for flexibility and movement, evolving significantly over the centuries from earlier lamella styles to later plate-like constructions. Early Oyuroi armor, prominent during the Heian and Kamakura periods, was heavy and boxy, primarily designed for mounted archers, featuring large square shoulder guards, sword, and a distinctive helmet, kabuto, often adorned with elaborate crests, May-date. As warfare evolved and foot soldiers became more prevalent, the armor adapted, leading to the lighter and more flexible Dumaru and Haramaki styles, which allowed for greater agility in close-quarters combat. The construction of a samurai's armor was a complex process involving multiple specialized artisans, including armorers, lacquerers, leatherworkers, and silk weavers, each contributing to the intricate layers of metal plates, leather scales, and silk lacing that formed the protective shell. The helmet, or kabuto, was a particularly elaborate piece, often featuring a bowl-shaped dome, hachi, a neck guard, shikoro, and various decorative elements, including animal horns, mythical creatures, or family crests, designed to intimidate enemies and identify the wearer on the chaotic battlefield. The face mask, or menpo, was another distinctive element, often crafted to resemble a fearsome demon or grimacing warrior, providing additional protection for the face and throat while also contributing to the samurai's intimidating presence. Underneath the armor, samurai wore practical clothing, typically a kimono and hakama, wide-legged trousers, providing comfort and freedom of movement, with layers of padding to absorb impacts and prevent chafing from the heavy armor. The entire ensemble, from the intricate lacing to the lacquered surfaces, was not only functional but also deeply symbolic, reflecting the wearer's status, clan affiliation, and personal aesthetic, often passed down through generations as cherished heirlooms. The sword, or katana, however, remained the ultimate symbol of the samurai, revered as a living soul and an extension of the warrior's spirit, its creation a sacred art form steeped in tradition and meticulous craftsmanship. The process of forging a katana was an incredibly labor-intensive and spiritual endeavor, beginning with the selection of high-carbon steel, which was repeatedly folded and hammered thousands of times to remove impurities and create a layered structure that provided both strength and flexibility. This folding process, known as tamahagane, created the distinctive grain pattern, or hada, visible on the blade's surface, a testament to the master swordsmith's skill and patience. The differential hardening process, where clay was applied to the blade before quenching, created a hard, sharp edge, yakiba, and a softer, more resilient spine, mune, resulting in the iconic wavy temper line, or hamon, a unique fingerprint of each blade. The tsuba, or hand guard, was often a miniature work of art, meticulously crafted from metal and adorned with intricate designs depicting nature, mythical creatures, or symbols of good fortune, providing balance to the sword and protecting the wielder's hand. The handle, or tsuka, was typically wrapped in rei skin, samagawa, for grip and then tightly bound with silk cord, ito, often with decorative ornaments called manuki tucked beneath the wrapping. Each component of the katana, from the scabbard, soryo, to the small decorative fittings, koshiri, was crafted with precision and aesthetic consideration, reflecting the sword's status as both a deadly weapon and a revered object of art. The samurai's relationship with their sword was deeply personal and spiritual. It was not merely a tool but a companion, a symbol of their honor, and a conduit for their martial spirit, often given a name and treated with profound respect. Beyond the physical and material aspects, the samurai's life was profoundly shaped by their philosophical and ethical code, Bushido, or the way of the warrior, which evolved over centuries and provided a moral compass for their actions. While not a codified written document until later periods, the principles of Bushido were implicitly understood and passed down through generations, emphasizing virtues such as rectitude, gi, courage, yu, benevolence, jin, respect, rei, honesty, makoto, honor, meo, and loyalty, chugi. Rectitude, or gi, meant doing what was right and just, adhering to a strict moral code even in the face of adversity, and making decisions based on principle rather than expediency. Courage, or yu, was not merely the absence of fear but the ability to act bravely in the face of danger, to confront challenges head-on, and to sacrifice oneself for a greater cause, understanding that true courage lay in living righteously. Benevolence, or jin, emphasized compassion and empathy, particularly towards the less fortunate or defeated enemies, recognizing the shared humanity even in conflict, and striving to use one's power for the good of others. Respect, or rei, dictated proper etiquette, politeness, and deference to superiors, elders, and even strangers, reflecting an inner sense of dignity and consideration for others, manifesting in meticulous rituals and formal greetings. Honesty, or makoto, underscored the importance of truthfulness and sincerity in all dealings, as a samurai's word was considered their bond, and deceit was seen as a grave dishonor that could tarnish one's reputation irrevocably. Honor, or meo, was paramount, representing the samurai's reputation, integrity, and self-respect, often valued more than life itself, with any perceived stain on one's honor requiring immediate redress, sometimes through ritual suicide, or seppuku. Loyalty, or chugi, was perhaps the most defining characteristic, demanding unwavering devotion and service to one's lord, daimyo, and clan, even unto death, forming the bedrock of the feudal system and the samurai's social contract. This loyalty extended not only to their immediate lord but also to their family, their fellow samurai, and ultimately to the emperor, creating a complex web of obligations and allegiances that shaped their entire existence. The concept of seppuku, or ritual suicide by disembowelment, while gruesome to modern sensibilities, was seen by samurai as an honorable way to atone for a mistake, avoid capture, protest an injustice, or follow one's lord in death, demonstrating ultimate courage and commitment to their code. It was a highly ritualized act, performed with dignity and solemnity, often in the presence of witnesses, with a trusted second, kaishakunin, standing by to deliver a swift decapitating blow to ensure a quick and honorable end. Zen Buddhism profoundly influenced the development of Bushido, providing a spiritual framework that emphasized mindfulness, discipline, and the acceptance of death, helping samurai to overcome fear and achieve a state of detached readiness. The practice of Zen meditation, or Zazen, taught samurai to quiet the mind, focus on the present moment, and achieve a state of mental clarity and calm, which was crucial for maintaining composure in battle and making swift, decisive judgments. The Zen concept of impermanence, or mujo, resonated deeply with the samurai, who lived lives constantly confronted by death, encouraging them to appreciate the fleeting beauty of life and to live each moment fully, without attachment or regret. This philosophical outlook allowed them to face death with equanimity, viewing it not as an end but as a natural part of the cycle of existence, freeing them from the fear that could paralyze lesser warriors. The samurai's relationship with nature was also deeply ingrained, often reflected in their poetry, art, and the aesthetics of their gardens, finding solace and inspiration in the changing seasons and the beauty of the natural world. Cherry blossoms, or sakura, held a particularly poignant significance, symbolizing the transient nature of life, its ephemeral beauty, and the samurai's willingness to fall honorably in battle, like the blossoms scattering in the wind. The fleeting bloom of the sakura mirrored the samurai's own existence, which could be cut short at any moment, reminding them to live with intensity and purpose, embracing the beauty of each passing moment. Moonlit temples, often nestled in serene landscapes, provided havens for contemplation and spiritual reflection, where samurai could escape the demands of their worldly duties and connect with the deeper philosophical currents that guided their lives. These temples, with their intricate architecture, tranquil gardens, and the gentle glow of paper lanterns under the moon, offered a space for meditation, study, and the practice of various arts, reinforcing the samurai's commitment to both martial and cultural excellence. The aesthetics of Japanese gardens, with their carefully placed rocks, flowing water, and meticulously pruned trees, were designed to evoke natural landscapes and promote contemplation, providing a miniature universe for samurai to reflect on the principles of Zen and the interconnectedness of all things. The sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a bird, or the gentle murmur of a stream, were all part of this immersive experience, helping to quiet the mind and foster a sense of peace and harmony. Even in their homes, samurai often created small, contemplative spaces, such as a tokonoma alcove for displaying art or a miniature garden, allowing them to integrate these aesthetic and philosophical principles into their daily lives. The role of women in samurai society, while often overshadowed by male warriors, was far from insignificant, with many onobugeisha trained in martial arts to defend their homes and families, demonstrating remarkable courage and skill. These women, often wives or daughters of samurai, were educated in various disciplines, including the naginata, a versatile polearm particularly suited for women due to its reach and balance, allowing them to fight effectively against male opponents. They were expected to manage the household, oversee servants, and raise children with the strict discipline and moral values befitting a samurai family, embodying strength, intelligence, and unwavering loyalty. Stories of legendary female warriors like Tomo Gozen, who fought alongside her lord Minamoto no Yoshinaka during the Genpei War, attest to the formidable capabilities and bravery of these women, challenging conventional notions of gender roles in feudal Japan. The economic life of the samurai was largely dependent on their lord's patronage, receiving stipends in rice or land in exchange for their military service, which varied greatly depending on their rank and influence. Higher-ranking samurai, or daimyo, controlled vast territories and commanded armies, while lower-ranking samurai might serve as retainers, administrators, or even farmers, struggling to maintain their status. The samurai class, though privileged, was not immune to economic hardship, especially during prolonged periods of peace or political instability, which could lead to financial strain and even the loss of their status. The transition from a warrior class to a bureaucratic elite during the Edo period brought new challenges, as samurai were increasingly expected to serve as administrators, scholars, and civil servants, adapting their skills to a more peaceful, centralized government. This shift required many samurai to develop new skills, studying law, economics, and various administrative practices, transforming their role from battlefield commanders to intellectual leaders and civil servants. Despite the changes, the core values of Bushido continued to guide their conduct, emphasizing integrity, loyalty, and service to the state, even as the sword became more of a symbolic accessory than a primary weapon. The samurai's influence extended into various aspects of Japanese society, including art, literature, and governance, shaping the nation's cultural identity and its approach to modernization. Their legacy of discipline, honor, and loyalty permeated the social fabric, contributing to a strong sense of national pride and a reverence for tradition that continues to resonate in contemporary Japan. The tales of their valor, their unwavering commitment to duty, and their profound philosophical insights continue to inspire, offering timeless lessons on resilience, integrity, and the pursuit of excellence in all aspects of life. From the rigorous training in the dojo to the quiet contemplation under moonlit skies, the samurai embodied a unique synthesis of martial prowess and cultural refinement, leaving an indelible mark on the history and spirit of Japan. Their world, though long past, remains a vivid tapestry of honor, beauty, and unwavering dedication, inviting us to reflect on the enduring power of their legacy. The profound, gentle embrace of sleep deepens further, drawing you into a timeless realm where the whispers of ancient warriors and the rustling of cherry blossoms become one with the quietude, preparing for the softest whispers of dawn, as the first faint light will soon touch the eastern sky, and the silence deepens into a peaceful, timeless embrace. The profound, gentle embrace of sleep deepens further, drawing you into a timeless realm where the whispers of ancient warriors and the rustling of cherry blossoms become one with the quietude, preparing for the softest whispers of dawn, as the first faint light will soon touch the eastern sky, and the silence deepens into a peaceful, timeless embrace. As the quietude settles, we journey deeper into the intricate world of the samurai, exploring the very foundations of their existence, beginning with the rigorous training that forged these formidable warriors from a young age, often commencing their martial education as early as 5 or 6 years old within the family dojo or under the tutelage of a seasoned master. The discipline instilled during these formative years was absolute, encompassing not only the physical prowess required for combat but also a profound mental fortitude, cultivating an unshakable spirit known as Fudoshin, or immovable mind, which was considered paramount for maintaining composure under duress. Young samurai were meticulously instructed in the art of kenjutsu, the foundational sword techniques that involved countless repetitions of strikes, blocks, and thrusts with wooden practice swords called bokken, gradually progressing to the heavier katana as their strength and skill developed. Beyond swordsmanship, their training regimen extended to kijutsu, the art of archery, where precision and concentration were honed through hours of practice, aiming at stationary and moving targets, often from horseback, which was a crucial skill for battlefield mobility. The martial arts curriculum also included Sujutsu, the mastery of the spear, a versatile weapon effective for both thrusting and sweeping motions against mounted and unmounted opponents, and Naginata Jutsu, the art of the naginata, a polearm with a curved blade particularly favored by female samurai and monks for its reach and effectiveness in close quarters. Physical conditioning was relentless, involving endurance exercises, strength building, and agility drills designed to prepare their bodies for the arduous demands of warfare, often including long marches in full armor and simulated combat scenarios. However, the samurai's education transcended mere physical combat, delving deeply into intellectual and spiritual pursuits that shaped their worldview and ethical framework, distinguishing them from mere soldiers. They were expected to be literate, studying classical Chinese and Japanese literature, poetry, and calligraphy, which fostered a refined aesthetic sensibility and an appreciation for beauty, even amidst the brutality of their profession. The philosophy of Zen Buddhism played an extraordinarily influential role in shaping the samurai's mental discipline and approach to life and death, teaching them to live in the present moment, to embrace impermanence, and to face their own mortality with equanimity, understanding that life is as fleeting and beautiful as a cherry blossom. Meditation, or zazen, was an integral part of their daily routine, providing a means to quiet the mind, achieve inner peace, and cultivate the heightened awareness necessary for anticipating an opponent's movements in battle. The tea ceremony, known as chinoyu, was another profound spiritual practice that instilled principles of harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility, offering a structured ritual that encouraged mindfulness and aesthetic appreciation, often conducted in serene tea houses designed to evoke a sense of peaceful contemplation. The concept of Bushido, often translated as the way of the warrior, codified the moral principles that guided a samurai's life, emphasizing virtues such as rectitude, ji, courage, yu, benevolence, jin, respect, rei, honesty, makoto, honor, meo, and loyalty, chugi, forming an ethical compass that dictated their conduct both on and off the battlefield. Loyalty to one's lord, or daimyo, was considered the highest virtue, often demanding ultimate sacrifice, and a samurai's honor was so intrinsically tied to their lord's reputation that any perceived slight or failure could lead to ritual suicide, or seppuku, to restore honor. The samurai's armor, an intricate marvel of craftsmanship and engineering, was designed not only for protection but also to inspire awe and fear, often featuring elaborate helmets, kabuto, adorned with crests, maedate, that symbolized their clan or personal identity, and face masks, menpo, that could depict fearsome demons or serene visages. Each piece of armor, from the layered lamella plates of the do, cuirass, to the protective shoulder guards, sword, and thigh guards, haidate, was meticulously crafted from lacquered iron scales, often laced together with colorful silk cords, odoshi, allowing for both flexibility and formidable defense against various weapons. The katana, the iconic samurai sword, was not merely a weapon but a spiritual object, often considered the soul of the samurai, forged through a painstaking process involving multiple layers of folded steel, differential hardening, and expert polishing to achieve its legendary sharpness and resilience. The forging process, often taking months, involved a master swordsmith meticulously folding and hammering the steel hundreds of times to remove impurities and create a blade with an incredibly strong core and a razor-sharp edge, culminating in the distinct hamon line visible along the blade. Beyond the katana, a samurai typically carried a shorter companion sword called the wakizashi, and together these two swords formed the daisho, signifying the samurai's status and serving as an extension of their identity, always worn together and rarely separated from the warrior. The tsuka, hilt, of the katana was often wrapped in silk or ray skin for a secure grip, and the tsuba, handguard, was frequently an exquisite work of art, intricately carved with motifs depicting nature, mythological creatures, or family crests, adding to the sword's aesthetic and symbolic value. During times of peace, the samurai often served as administrators, scholars, and cultural patrons, contributing significantly to the development of Japanese art forms such as no theater, landscape gardening, and flower arrangement, ikebana, demonstrating their multifaceted roles within society. The social structure of feudal Japan was rigidly hierarchical, with the samurai class occupying the pinnacle, followed by farmers, artisans, and merchants, a system that reinforced their privileged status and responsibilities to maintain order and protect the realm. The daimyo, powerful feudal lords who controlled vast domains, commanded their own armies of samurai, and their loyalty to the shogun, the supreme military ruler, was crucial for maintaining the delicate balance of power across the archipelago. The shogun held the ultimate political and military authority, often ruling from the capital city of Edo, modern-day Tokyo, establishing a centralized government that, while allowing daimyo considerable autonomy within their territories, demanded their allegiance and periodic attendance at court. The Sengo period, a tumultuous era spanning from the mid-15th to the early 17th century, was characterized by widespread civil war and political fragmentation, witnessing the rise of legendary figures like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who eventually unified Japan. Oda Nobunaga, a brilliant and ruthless strategist, initiated the process of unification through innovative military tactics, including the effective use of firearms, and sought to consolidate power by dismantling the influence of powerful Buddhist monasteries and rebellious daimyo. His successor, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a humble-born general who rose through the ranks, continued Nobunaga's work, completing the unification of Japan through a combination of military prowess and shrewd political maneuvering, though his ambitions extended to an ill-fated invasion of Korea. Finally, Tokugawa Ieyasu, a cunning and patient leader, emerged victorious after the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600, establishing the Tokugawa shogunate, which ushered in over 250 years of unprecedented peace and stability known as the Edo period. The Edo period saw the samurai transition from primarily battlefield warriors to a more administrative and bureaucratic class, serving as officials, magistrates, and scholars within the shogunate's elaborate governing structure, though their martial skills remained a core part of their identity. During this long period of peace, the emphasis shifted from large-scale warfare to individual martial arts training, with various ryu schools developing distinct styles of swordsmanship, jujitsu, and other disciplines, often focusing on philosophical and spiritual development alongside physical technique. The concept of wabi-sabi, an aesthetic philosophy that finds beauty in imperfection, transience, and simplicity, deeply resonated with the samurai, influencing their appreciation for natural landscapes, rustic tea bowls, and understated elegance in their daily lives. Gardens, particularly Zen gardens with their raked gravel and carefully placed rocks, served as spaces for contemplation and meditation, reflecting the samurai's desire for harmony with nature and an understanding of the universe's profound order. The strict social codes and expectations placed upon samurai extended to their families, with women often trained in self-defense, managing household affairs, and upholding the family's honor, sometimes even participating in battles when circumstances demanded. Female samurai, known as onobugeisha, were skilled warriors who often defended their homes and families during times of conflict, wielding the naginata with exceptional proficiency and demonstrating courage equal to their male counterparts, though their stories are less frequently documented in historical records. The samurai's diet was generally simple yet nutritious, consisting primarily of rice, fish, vegetables, and miso soup, providing the sustenance necessary for their rigorous training and demanding lifestyles, often prepared with an emphasis on seasonal ingredients. Their living quarters, whether within a castle or a more modest residence, were designed with functionality and aesthetic principles in mind, featuring sliding paper screens, shoji, tatami mats, and minimalist decor that fostered a sense of tranquility and order. The castles of feudal Japan were architectural marvels, serving as both formidable fortresses and symbols of a daimyo's power and prestige, often featuring multiple layers of walls, moats, and intricate defensive layouts designed to withstand prolonged sieges. Himeji Castle, with its elegant white exterior and complex maze-like approach, stands as a prime example of Japanese castle architecture, showcasing defensive ingenuity combined with aesthetic beauty, often referred to as the White Heron Castle. Beyond their military function, castles also housed the daimyo's administrative offices, residential quarters, and often elaborate gardens, serving as the political, economic, and cultural centers of their respective domains. The samurai's worldview was deeply intertwined with the natural world, observing the changing seasons and finding meaning in phenomena like the fleeting beauty of cherry blossoms, sakura, which symbolized the ephemeral nature of life and the warrior's readiness to die honorably. The moon, often depicted in samurai poetry and art, held significant spiritual meaning, representing purity, enlightenment, and the cyclical nature of existence, frequently inspiring contemplation and poetic expression among warriors. Festivals and seasonal celebrations were an important part of samurai life, offering respite from their duties and opportunities for communal gathering, often involving martial displays, traditional music, and dance. The practice of harakiri, or seppuku, a ritual suicide performed by disembowelment, was a deeply significant act for a samurai, undertaken to atone for a failure, avoid capture, or protest an injustice, demonstrating unwavering loyalty and preserving one's honor in the face of disgrace. This solemn ritual was performed with meticulous precision, often in front of witnesses, with a trusted second, or kaishakunin, standing by to deliver a swift decapitating blow to ensure a quick and honorable end, emphasizing the samurai's ultimate control over their own destiny. The samurai's dedication to their craft extended to their writing, with many warriors becoming accomplished poets, diarists, and strategists, leaving behind a rich literary legacy that provides invaluable insights into their lives and philosophies. The Hagakure, a collection of commentaries by the samurai Yamamoto Tsunetomo, offers profound insights into the Bushido philosophy, emphasizing the importance of living as if one were already dead, fostering a mindset of constant readiness and detachment from worldly attachments. This philosophy encouraged samurai to embrace the inevitability of death, not with fear, but with a sense of purpose and a commitment to living each moment fully and honorably, understanding that true courage comes from accepting one's mortality. The samurai's influence on Japanese culture is pervasive, shaping everything from martial arts traditions and artistic expressions to modern business ethics and the enduring national character, reflecting their profound impact on the nation's identity. Even after the Meiji Restoration in 1868 officially abolished the samurai class and their privileges, their legacy continued to inspire, with many former samurai transitioning into leadership roles in the newly modernized military, government, and industry, contributing their discipline and dedication to Japan's rapid transformation. The spirit of the samurai, characterized by unwavering discipline, profound loyalty, and an unyielding pursuit of excellence, continues to resonate in contemporary Japan, influencing various aspects of society, from corporate culture to sports. The stories of legendary samurai, such as Miyamoto Musashi, a master swordsman and philosopher renowned for his unique dual-wielding technique, and his treatise on strategy, The Book of Five Rings, continue to captivate and inspire. Musashi's Book of Five Rings delves into the principles of strategy, tactics, and mental discipline applicable not only to martial arts but also to various aspects of life, advocating for a holistic approach to mastery and self-improvement. The concept of kyari, a powerful shout or yell used in martial arts, is believed to channel one's spiritual energy and focus, intimidating opponents and enhancing one's own concentration and power during combat, a practice deeply rooted in samurai training. The art of Aido, a modern martial art derived from samurai sword techniques, focuses on the smooth, controlled movements of drawing the sword from its scabbard, striking, and returning it, emphasizing precision, mental focus, and spiritual development. The samurai's profound respect for nature extended to their understanding of the elements, often incorporating concepts of earth, water, fire, wind, and void into their martial arts philosophy and strategic thinking, seeing these elements as metaphors for different aspects of combat and life. The intricate details of their daily lives, from the precise folding of their kimonos to the ritualistic preparation of their meals, reflected a deep appreciation for order, aesthetics, and mindfulness in every action. The shogun's court in Edo was a vibrant center of political intrigue, cultural exchange, and artistic patronage, where samurai officials navigated complex social hierarchies and contributed to the flourishing of urban culture. The ronin, masterless samurai who had lost their lord, often faced a challenging existence, sometimes becoming mercenaries, bandits, or wandering teachers, their lives a testament to the profound bond between a samurai and their daimyo. The story of the 47 Ronin, a legendary tale of loyalty and revenge, exemplifies the samurai's unwavering commitment to their lord's honor, even at the cost of their own lives, becoming a powerful symbol of Bushido. This enduring narrative, passed down through generations, continues to illustrate the profound moral dilemmas and sacrifices inherent in the samurai code, highlighting the ultimate price of honor and loyalty. The intricate art of origami, paper folding, though not exclusively a samurai practice, was often enjoyed by warriors as a meditative activity, fostering patience, precision, and an appreciation for delicate craftsmanship, reflecting their broader cultural sensibilities. The samurai's legacy is also preserved in countless historical sites across Japan, from ancient castles and battlefields to serene temples and meticulously maintained gardens, each whispering tales of their valor, wisdom, and enduring spirit. These physical remnants serve as tangible connections to a bygone era, allowing us to visualize the landscapes where these formidable warriors lived, trained, and fought, imbuing the present with echoes of their past. The gentle rustling of leaves outside, carried on a soft breeze, seems to echo the whispers of ancient cherry trees that once shaded samurai training grounds, their blossoms falling like delicate snow upon the disciplined warriors below. The profound stillness of the night deepens, becoming a canvas upon which these images of honor, beauty, and unwavering dedication are painted with vivid clarity, inviting a deeper understanding of their timeless legacy. This quiet contemplation of a warrior's path, imbued with discipline and an appreciation for the ephemeral beauty of life, now guides you further into the tranquil depths of slumber, where the echoes of history blend seamlessly with the softest whispers of rest, preparing for the gentle awakening of a new dawn. As the night deepens, becoming a canvas upon which these images of honor, beauty, and unwavering dedication are painted with vivid clarity, inviting a deeper understanding of their timeless legacy. This quiet contemplation of a warrior's path, imbued with discipline and an appreciation for the ephemeral beauty of life, now guides you further into the tranquil depths of slumber, where the echoes of history blend seamlessly with the softest whispers of rest, preparing for the gentle awakening of a new dawn. The intricate tapestry of samurai life extended far beyond the battlefield, encompassing a profound philosophical framework that shaped their every action and thought, fundamentally rooted in the tenets of Bushido, the way of the warrior. This unwritten code, gradually formalized over centuries, emphasized virtues such as rectitude, courage, benevolence, respect, honesty, honor, and loyalty, providing a moral compass for the samurai class. Rectitude, or GI, demanded that a samurai always act justly and with integrity, making decisions based on moral principles rather than personal gain or convenience. Courage, or U, was not merely the absence of fear in battle but the strength to stand up for what is right, even in the face of overwhelming odds, and to live life fully and authentically. Benevolence, or Jin, softened the warrior's edge, encouraging compassion and empathy towards others, especially those less fortunate or defeated, reflecting a deep understanding of human suffering. Respect, or Rei, dictated proper etiquette and consideration for all individuals, regardless of their station, fostering harmonious social interactions and demonstrating an inner dignity. Honesty, or Makoto, was paramount, meaning a samurai's word was their bond, and deceit was considered a grave offense that undermined one's personal honor and reputation. Honor, or Meo, was the most cherished possession, more valuable than life itself, guiding samurai to live in a way that brought glory to their name, their family, and their lord. Loyalty, or Chugi, bound a samurai irrevocably to their lord, demanding unwavering devotion and sacrifice, even unto death, creating a powerful feudal bond that underpinned the entire social structure of medieval Japan. Beyond these core virtues, Bushido also incorporated elements of Zen Buddhism, Shintoism, and Confucianism, creating a unique spiritual and ethical blend. Zen Buddhism, introduced to Japan in the 12th century, profoundly influenced the samurai by emphasizing meditation and the attainment of enlightenment through direct experience rather than scripture, fostering mental discipline, emotional control, and a detached acceptance of death. The practice of zazen, or seated meditation, allowed samurai to cultivate a calm mind amidst chaos, enhancing their focus and intuition both in combat and daily life. Shintoism, Japan's indigenous religion, instilled a deep reverence for nature and ancestors, connecting samurai to the spiritual essence of their land and heritage, fostering a sense of belonging and continuity. Confucianism, with its emphasis on social order, filial piety, and the importance of education, provided a framework for governance and societal roles, reinforcing the hierarchical structure of feudal Japan and the samurai's position within it. The samurai's appreciation for beauty, particularly the ephemeral beauty of cherry blossoms, known as sakura, was deeply intertwined with Zen philosophy, symbolizing the transient nature of life and the acceptance of its fleeting moments. The sakura blooming briefly and falling gracefully represented the samurai's ideal of living a life of intense beauty and purpose, ready to embrace a noble death when their time came, without attachment or regret. The daily life of a samurai, even during periods of relative peace, was rigorously structured and focused on continuous self-improvement and readiness. Training was a lifelong endeavor, commencing in childhood with martial arts such as kenjutsu, swordsmanship, kijutsu, archery, sujutsu, spearmanship, and jujitsu, unarmed combat, alongside horsemanship and military strategy. Young samurai were taught to wield the katana, the iconic samurai sword, with precision and deadly grace, understanding that it was not merely a weapon but an extension of their spirit. The katana, forged through meticulous craftsmanship and imbued with symbolic significance, was considered the soul of the samurai, and its care and handling were rituals in themselves. Beyond physical training, intellectual pursuits were highly valued, with samurai engaging in calligraphy, poetry, literature, and history, cultivating a well-rounded character known as bunbu ryodo, that pen and sword in accord. This ideal of balancing martial prowess with cultural refinement distinguished the samurai from mere warriors, elevating them to a cultured elite capable of governing and appreciating the arts. Tea ceremonies, or chinoyu, provided a structured practice of mindfulness, aesthetics, and hospitality, offering a serene escape from the rigors of warrior life and fostering a deeper appreciation for simple beauty and tranquility. The samurai's armor, known as gusoku or yoroi, was a masterpiece of protective engineering and artistic expression, designed to be both functional and intimidating. Early samurai armor, from the Heian period, was typically yoroi, characterized by large, boxy plates laced together with colorful silk cords, providing excellent protection for mounted archers. As warfare evolved, lighter and more flexible armor, such as dumaru and haramaki, became prevalent, better suited for infantry combat and close-quarters fighting. The kabuto, or helmet, was often adorned with elaborate crests, called maedate, depicting mythical creatures, family emblems, or auspicious symbols, serving to identify the wearer and strike fear into opponents. The menpo, a facial mask, not only offered protection but also contributed to the samurai's fearsome appearance, sometimes sculpted to resemble demons or snarling beasts. Each piece of armor, from the sword, shoulder guards, to the hide-ate, thigh guards, and suniate, shin guards, was meticulously crafted by skilled artisans, often incorporating lacquer, leather, and metalwork, reflecting the samurai's status and personal style. The vibrant lacing colors, though decorative, also served practical purposes, indicating the wearer's rank or affiliation and allowing for flexibility during movement. The social structure of feudal Japan was rigidly hierarchical, with the samurai class occupying the apex, directly beneath the emperor and the shogun, who was the de facto military ruler. Below the samurai were the farmers, nomin, artisans, kosho, and merchants, shonin, in descending order of social standing, though this order sometimes shifted based on economic realities. Samurai were granted land or stipends by their lords in exchange for their military service and loyalty, forming a complex web of feudal relationships. The daimyo, powerful regional lords, commanded their own samurai armies and held significant political and economic power, often vying for dominance during periods of civil war. The relationship between a samurai and their daimyo was sacred, embodying the virtue of loyalty, with the samurai expected to follow their lord's commands without question, even if it meant certain death. This unwavering devotion was a cornerstone of the samurai ethos, distinguishing them from mercenaries and reinforcing their unique social position. The concept of seppuku, or ritual suicide, often referred to as harakiri, was a profound and complex aspect of samurai culture, reflecting their extreme emphasis on honor and responsibility. Performed by disemboweling oneself with a short sword, seppuku was not an act of despair but a highly ritualized and honorable way to atone for a failure, avoid capture, protest an injustice, or follow one's lord in death. It was considered a means to restore one's honor and dignity, ensuring a noble end rather than living with shame. The ceremony was meticulously prescribed, often involving a second, kaishakunin, who would swiftly decapitate the samurai after the initial cut to ensure a quick and dignified death. This grim practice underscored the samurai's readiness to face death with courage and control, demonstrating their ultimate commitment to their code of honor. The Sengo period, or Warring States period, 1467 to 1603, was a tumultuous era of constant civil strife and political upheaval, during which the samurai class reached the zenith of its military prowess and strategic innovation. This period saw the rise of legendary figures like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, who, through brilliant military campaigns and shrewd political maneuvering, gradually unified Japan after centuries of fragmentation. Nobunaga, known for his ruthlessness and embrace of new technologies, particularly firearms introduced by the Portuguese, revolutionized Japanese warfare. Hideyoshi, a commoner who rose through the ranks to become a powerful regent, continued the unification efforts, implementing land surveys and sword hunts to disarm the peasantry. Ieyasu, the founder of the Tokugawa shogunate, ultimately brought lasting peace to Japan, establishing a centralized government that would rule for over 250 years. These unifiers fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai, transitioning them from independent warriors to administrators and bureaucrats under a unified feudal system. During the Edo period, 1603 to 1868, with Japan largely at peace under the Tokugawa shogunate, the samurai's role gradually shifted from active combatants to civil servants, administrators, and cultural arbiters. While still maintaining their martial training and privileges, many samurai found themselves managing domains, collecting taxes, and enforcing laws, becoming a sophisticated bureaucratic class. This period fostered a flourishing of arts and culture, with samurai often becoming patrons of theater, painting, and literature, further developing the Bunbu Ryodo ideal. The strict social hierarchy was maintained, and samurai continued to wear their two swords, daisho, symbolizing their status and right to enforce justice, even if their daily duties rarely involved drawing them. However, the prolonged peace also led to economic challenges for many samurai, as their stipends, often fixed in rice, did not always keep pace with the rising cost of living, leading to a gradual decline in their economic power. The daisho, comprising the long sword, katana, and the short sword, wakizashi, was the distinctive symbol of the samurai's status and authority, worn together as a pair. The katana, typically over 60 centimeters in blade length, was the primary weapon for open combat, renowned for its exceptional sharpness and curved blade design for cutting. The wakizashi, with a blade length between 30 and 60 centimeters, served as a secondary weapon for close-quarters fighting, beheading defeated enemies, or performing seppuku. Both swords were meticulously crafted, often taking months or even years to complete, involving a complex process of folding and hammering steel to create a blade of unparalleled strength and flexibility, with a distinctive temper line known as the hamon. The fittings of the swords, including the tsuba, handguard, fuchi, collar, kashira, pummel, and menuki, ornaments on the handle, were often exquisite works of art, reflecting the samurai's personal taste and wealth. The care and maintenance of these swords were considered sacred duties, reflecting the samurai's respect for their tools and their craft. The samurai's code of ethics also extended to their interactions with nature, particularly evident in the design of their gardens and their appreciation for the changing seasons. Japanese gardens, often found within samurai residences or temples, were meticulously designed to evoke natural landscapes, featuring elements like rocks, water, moss, and carefully pruned trees, creating serene spaces for contemplation and aesthetic enjoyment. The karasansui, or dry landscape garden, exemplified this, using raked gravel to represent water and carefully placed rocks to symbolize mountains or islands, encouraging meditation and a connection to the natural world without literal water. The seasonal appreciation, known as mono no aware, a poignant awareness of the impermanence of things, was deeply felt by samurai, who found beauty in the cherry blossoms of spring, the vibrant foliage of autumn, and the quiet stillness of winter. This sensitivity to nature's cycles reinforced their understanding of life's transience and the importance of living each moment fully and beautifully. The training of a samurai extended beyond individual combat skills to encompass the principles of military strategy and tactics, known as heiho. Samurai generals studied classical Chinese military treatises, such as Sun Tzu's The Art of War, adapting these principles to the unique terrain and warfare styles of Japan. They understood the importance of intelligence gathering, logistics, troop deployment, and understanding the psychology of their opponents. Siege warfare was a common feature of the Sengo period, with elaborate castles designed for defense and intricate strategies developed for their capture or prolonged resistance. The use of cavalry, infantry, and archers was carefully coordinated, evolving over time with the introduction of firearms. Naval warfare also played a significant role, particularly during Hideyoshi's attempts to invade Korea, showcasing the samurai's adaptability to different combat environments. The concept of wabi-sabi, an aesthetic philosophy that finds beauty in imperfection, impermanence, and simplicity, deeply resonated with the samurai, influencing their art, architecture, and daily practices. This aesthetic was evident in the rustic elegance of tea ceremony utensils, the understated beauty of a Zen garden, or the weathered patina of an old wooden temple. Wabi-sabi encouraged an appreciation for the natural aging process and the quiet dignity of things that are unpretentious and authentic, contrasting with ostentatious displays of wealth. For the samurai, who lived with the constant awareness of life's fragility, this philosophy provided a framework for finding profound beauty and meaning in the ordinary and the transient. Samurai castles, known as shiro, were not merely fortifications but complex architectural marvels that served as administrative centers, residences for the daimyo, and symbols of power. Early castles were often built on mountaintops, utilizing natural defenses, while later castles, particularly during the Sengo period, became elaborate structures with multiple layers of walls, moats, and intricate gate systems, designed to withstand prolonged sieges. The main tower, or tenshu, was the most prominent feature, often serving as a final stronghold and a visible declaration of the lord's authority. The construction of these castles involved immense resources and skilled labor, reflecting the strategic importance of defense and control over territory. Famous castles like Himeji Castle, Matsumoto Castle, and Kumamoto Castle stand today as testaments to the ingenuity and architectural prowess of feudal Japan. The role of women in samurai society, while often overshadowed by their male counterparts, was significant and multifaceted, challenging simplistic notions of their subservience. While their primary duties revolved around managing the household, raising children, and overseeing domestic affairs, many samurai women were also trained in martial arts, particularly the naginata, a polearm with a curved blade, to defend their homes and families in the absence of their husbands. Some even participated in battles, notably Tomo Gozen, a legendary female warrior who fought alongside Minamoto no Yoshinaka during the Genpei War. Women were also crucial in maintaining the family lineage and upholding the family's honor, and their education often included literature, poetry, and the arts, reflecting the Bunbu Ryodo ideal applied to the samurai household. The concept of Bushido also applied to women, emphasizing virtues such as loyalty, courage, and self-sacrifice, albeit within the context of their domestic and familial roles. The transition from the feudal era to the modern age in Japan, marked by the Meiji Restoration in 1868, brought about the official abolition of the samurai class, a profound and often painful transformation. The new Meiji government, seeking to modernize Japan and centralize power, dismantled the feudal system, replacing the samurai stipends with government bonds and eventually prohibiting them from wearing swords in public. This dramatic shift left many samurai dispossessed and struggling to adapt to a rapidly changing society, leading to various rebellions, most famously the Satsuma Rebellion led by Saigo Takamori. Despite the abolition of their class, the samurai's legacy of discipline, honor, and loyalty continued to influence Japanese society, shaping national identity and military ethos well into the 20th century. Many former samurai transitioned into new roles in government, education, and industry, contributing significantly to Japan's modernization. The samurai's appreciation for poetry, particularly waka and haiku, offered a profound insight into their inner world, revealing their sensitivity to nature, their contemplation of life and death, and their emotional depth. Waka, a classical Japanese poetic form consisting of 31 syllables, allowed samurai to express complex emotions and observations with concise elegance. Haiku, a shorter form of 17 syllables, became popular later and focused on capturing a fleeting moment in nature or a poignant insight. These poetic expressions served as a means of self-reflection, a way to connect with others, and a method for processing the harsh realities of their existence. A samurai might compose a poem before battle, reflecting on the beauty of the world they might leave behind, or after a victory, expressing gratitude or sorrow for fallen comrades. This artistic pursuit underscored the Bunbu Ryodo ideal, demonstrating that true strength encompassed not only martial prowess but also intellectual and emotional refinement. The spiritual practices of the samurai extended to the veneration of various deities and spirits, reflecting the syncretic nature of Japanese religion. While Zen Buddhism provided a philosophical framework for discipline and detachment, Shintoism offered a connection to the land, its kami, deities or spirits, and the ancestral lineage. Many samurai had personal patron deities or visited Shinto shrines before battles to pray for victory and protection. The concept of yujin, a profound and mysterious sense of beauty, often associated with Shinto and Zen aesthetics, also permeated their artistic and spiritual sensibilities, encouraging an appreciation for the subtle and the unseen. This blend of spiritual traditions provided samurai with a comprehensive worldview that addressed both the practicalities of warfare and the deeper questions of existence, death, and the human spirit. The weaponry of the samurai, beyond the iconic katana and wakizashi, included a diverse array of tools designed for various combat scenarios. The yumi, or longbow, was a primary weapon in early samurai warfare, capable of delivering powerful arrows over long distances, often from horseback. The yari, or spear, came in many forms, such as the straight-bladed hoko and the cross-bladed jumonji yari, offering reach and versatility in close-quarters combat. The naginata, a polearm with a long, curved blade, was particularly effective against cavalry and was often associated with female warriors. Smaller weapons like the tanto, a dagger, shuriken, throwing stars, and kusarigama, a sickle with a chain and weight, were also part of a samurai's arsenal, demonstrating their adaptability and mastery of various fighting techniques. Each weapon required specialized training and was treated with respect, reflecting its importance in a samurai's life. The concept of giri, or duty, was another fundamental aspect of the samurai code, often intertwining with loyalty and honor. Giri encompassed a complex web of obligations and responsibilities, including duties to one's lord, family, and even society at large. It dictated that a samurai must repay kindness, fulfill promises, and uphold their social standing, often requiring difficult choices and personal sacrifice. The weight of giri could be immense, sometimes leading to tragic dilemmas where conflicting duties forced a samurai to choose between equally honorable but mutually exclusive paths, such as choosing between loyalty to a lord and duty to one's family. This profound sense of obligation underscored the samurai's commitment to their social roles and the intricate moral landscape they navigated. The aesthetics of the tea ceremony, or chanoyu, deeply influenced by Zen Buddhism, provided samurai with a disciplined practice of mindfulness, humility, and appreciation for the present moment. Every aspect of the ceremony, from the precise movements of the host to the selection of the tea bowl and the arrangement of flowers, was imbued with symbolic meaning and artistic intention. The quiet ritual fostered a sense of tranquility and connection, allowing participants to momentarily escape the turmoil of the outside world and focus on the beauty of simplicity. For samurai, the tea ceremony was not just a social event but a spiritual exercise that cultivated inner peace, refined their aesthetic sensibilities, and reinforced the virtues of respect and harmony. The architecture of samurai residences, known as bukashiki, varied greatly depending on the samurai's rank and wealth, but generally emphasized functionality, natural materials, and a harmonious integration with their surroundings. These homes often featured sliding doors, fusuma and shoji, that allowed for flexible room configurations and a connection to outdoor gardens. The use of wood, paper, and natural fibers created a sense of warmth and simplicity, reflecting the wabi-sabi aesthetic. Security was also a consideration, with features like high walls, watchtowers, and strategic placement of gates, especially for higher-ranking samurai. The interior design often included an alcove, tokonoma, where art, calligraphy, or seasonal flowers were displayed, serving as a focal point for aesthetic appreciation and spiritual contemplation, further illustrating the samurai's cultivated taste. The samurai's understanding of death was not one of fear but of acceptance, often viewed as an inevitable part of life's cycle, much like the falling cherry blossoms. This perspective was heavily influenced by Zen Buddhism, which taught the impermanence of all things and the importance of living fully in the present moment without attachment. For a samurai, a noble death in battle or through seppuku was considered an honorable culmination of their life's purpose, ensuring their legacy and the honor of their family. This detachment from the fear of death allowed them to face danger with unwavering courage and to live with an intense awareness of the preciousness of each fleeting moment. The contemplation of death was not morbid but a catalyst for living a virtuous and purposeful life. The practice of kendo, the way of the sword, evolved from kenjutsu, swordsmanship, during the Edo period, becoming a formalized martial art focused on discipline, character building, and spiritual development rather than solely on battlefield effectiveness. Practitioners use bamboo swords, shinai, and protective armor, bogu, to engage in controlled sparring, emphasizing proper form, mental focus, and respect for their opponents. Kendo embodies many of the samurai virtues, including rectitude, courage, and respect, serving as a modern continuation of the samurai's martial and ethical traditions. It teaches not just physical technique but also mental fortitude, self-control, and the importance of continuous self-improvement, reflecting the enduring legacy of the samurai's dedication to their craft. The samurai's diet, while varying by region and wealth, generally consisted of staples like rice, fish, vegetables, and miso soup, reflecting the agricultural bounty of Japan. Meat consumption was limited due to Buddhist dietary restrictions, though fowl and wild game were sometimes consumed. Meals were typically simple and nutritious, designed to provide sustenance for their rigorous training and active lifestyles. The preparation and presentation of food, even for everyday meals, often reflected an aesthetic sensibility, emphasizing freshness, seasonal ingredients, and a harmonious balance of flavors and textures. This attention to detail in their diet further illustrates the samurai's holistic approach to life, where even the most mundane activities were imbued with purpose and appreciation. The art of ikebana, or Japanese flower arrangement, was another cultural pursuit embraced by samurai, particularly during the Edo period, providing a creative outlet and a means of expressing their aesthetic sensibilities. Unlike Western flower arrangements, ikebana emphasizes asymmetry, space, and the natural lines of the branches and flowers, often symbolizing heaven, earth, and humanity. This art form, deeply rooted in Zen philosophy, encouraged mindfulness, patience, and an appreciation for the subtle beauty of nature. For samurai, arranging flowers was a meditative practice that allowed them to cultivate inner peace, refine their artistic eye, and connect with the transient beauty of the natural world, further demonstrating their commitment to Bunbu Ryodo. The concept of on, a complex Japanese term referring to a debt of gratitude or obligation, played a significant role in samurai society, shaping relationships and actions. On could be incurred from one's parents, lord, or even society, creating a lifelong burden of repayment through loyalty, service, and respect. This sense of profound obligation underpinned the feudal system, binding samurai to their lords through unbreakable ties of gratitude and duty. Failure to repay was considered a grave moral failing, bringing shame upon oneself and one's family, highlighting the deep importance of reciprocal relationships and social harmony within the samurai ethos. The development of the katana itself underwent significant evolution throughout the feudal period, adapting to changing combat styles and technological advancements. Early swords, such as the chikuto and tachi, were often straighter or had a more pronounced curve, designed primarily for slashing from horseback. The katana, with its distinctive curve and single-edged blade, emerged as the primary weapon for foot soldiers, optimized for quick draws and powerful cutting strokes in close-quarters combat. The meticulous process of forging, involving differential hardening to create a hard edge and a flexible spine, was a closely guarded secret passed down through generations of master swordsmiths, making each katana a unique and formidable work of art and engineering. The soyo, or scabbard, was also crafted with care, often made of lacquered wood and adorned with intricate designs, protecting the blade and enhancing its aesthetic appeal. The role of horses in samurai warfare was paramount, particularly during the early feudal period, with mounted archers forming the elite core of samurai armies. Samurai cavalry, known as kibamusha, were highly skilled riders who could shoot arrows with precision while galloping, making them formidable opponents. Horses were carefully bred and trained, and their care was a significant responsibility for samurai. Later, as warfare evolved with the increasing use of infantry and firearms, the role of cavalry shifted, but horses remained important for transportation, reconnaissance, and maintaining command. The bond between a samurai and his horse was often deep, reflecting mutual trust and dependence in battle. The hachimaki, a traditional Japanese headband, was often worn by samurai, symbolizing their resolve, courage, and readiness for battle. While simple in appearance, it held significant cultural and psychological importance, helping to keep hair out of their eyes and absorbing sweat during intense combat or training. The hachimaki could also be adorned with family crests, slogans, or religious symbols, serving as a personal declaration of intent and a source of inspiration. Its wearing underscored the samurai's mental preparation and commitment to their duties, reinforcing their identity as disciplined warriors. The practice of bushido also extended to the concept of shugi, which referred to the proper etiquette and decorum expected of a samurai in all social interactions. This included specific ways of bowing, speaking, and conducting oneself in various situations, reflecting a deep respect for hierarchy and social harmony. Shugi was not merely superficial politeness but an outward manifestation of a samurai's inner discipline and self-control, demonstrating their adherence to the virtues of respect and rectitude. Mastering these social protocols was as important as mastering martial arts, as it contributed to a samurai's overall reputation and influence within their community. The development of firearms, particularly the tanegashima, Japanese matchlock, introduced by the Portuguese in the mid-16th century, dramatically altered samurai warfare and ultimately contributed to the unification of Japan. Daimyo like Oda Nobunaga quickly recognized the potential of these new weapons and integrated them into their armies, forming large corps of arquebusiers. While traditional samurai initially viewed firearms as dishonorable, their effectiveness in battle, especially when used in coordinated volleys, proved undeniable. This technological shift led to changes in castle design, armor, and battle tactics, marking a significant turning point in the history of samurai warfare and demonstrating their adaptability to innovation. The samurai's appreciation for the moon, often depicted in art and poetry, held symbolic significance, representing beauty, contemplation, and the passage of time. Moon viewing parties, known as tsukimi, were popular cultural events where samurai and other elites would gather to admire the full moon, compose poetry, and reflect on life's mysteries. The moon's serene presence offered a sense of calm and inspiration, contrasting with the often violent realities of their lives. This aesthetic appreciation for celestial phenomena further illustrates the samurai's profound connection to nature and their pursuit of beauty in all its forms. The concept of mushin, or no mind, derived from Zen Buddhism, was a crucial mental state for samurai warriors, particularly in combat. It referred to a state of complete mental clarity and spontaneity, free from fear, anger, or conscious thought, allowing for instantaneous and intuitive reactions. Achieving mushin required years of rigorous training and meditation, enabling a samurai to act without hesitation, becoming one with their weapon and their opponent. This mental discipline was considered as vital as physical skill, as it allowed a samurai to perform at their peak, unburdened by emotional distractions or overthinking. The practice of sumo wrestling, while often associated with Shinto rituals and entertainment, also had connections to samurai culture, particularly in its emphasis on strength, discipline, and honor. Early forms of sumo were sometimes practiced by samurai as a form of martial training and a display of physical prowess. The rituals and etiquette surrounding sumo bouts, including the purification of the ring and the respectful bowing, reflect many of the same virtues found in Bushido. While not a primary martial art for samurai, its cultural significance and underlying principles resonated with their warrior ethos. The samurai's use of flags and banners, known as sashimono or hotojirushi, was essential for battlefield identification, communication, and morale. Each daimyo and samurai clan had its unique crest, mon, and banner designs, often featuring bold colors and symbols representing their lineage, aspirations, or patron deities. These flags were carried by standard-bearers and attached to the backs of samurai armor, making them highly visible during skirmishes and large-scale battles. The sight of one's lord's banner flying high instilled courage and loyalty, while the capture of an enemy's banner was a significant psychological victory. The ronin, or masterless samurai, represented a unique and often tragic aspect of samurai society, emerging when a samurai's lord died, fell from power, or when the samurai was disgraced. Without a lord to serve, a ronin lost their social standing, income, and often their purpose, leading to a life of wandering, seeking new employment, or sometimes resorting to banditry. While some ronin became legendary figures, like Miyamoto Musashi, who perfected his swordsmanship through numerous duels, many faced hardship and social ostracism. Their existence highlighted the profound importance of the lord-vassal relationship in defining a samurai's identity and place in society. The concept of mono no aware, a deep and poignant appreciation for the transient nature of beauty and life, permeated samurai culture and art. This aesthetic sensibility, often evoked by the fleeting beauty of cherry blossoms or the changing seasons, underscored the samurai's acceptance of impermanence and their readiness to embrace life's ephemeral moments. It was a bittersweet understanding that all things are beautiful precisely because they are temporary, fostering a sense of melancholy yet also profound appreciation for the present. This philosophical outlook provided a spiritual anchor for samurai, helping them to navigate a life often marked by violence and uncertainty. The intricate art of origami, paper folding, while often seen as a children's craft today, had historical connections to samurai culture, particularly in its early forms. Samurai sometimes used origami for ceremonial purposes, creating elaborate folded paper decorations for gifts or rituals, demonstrating their refined taste and attention to detail. The precision and discipline required for complex origami folds resonated with the samurai's own rigorous training and their appreciation for craftsmanship. This seemingly delicate art form further illustrates the multifaceted nature of samurai culture, where martial prowess was balanced with artistic and intellectual pursuits. The system of gokunin, or houseman, represented the earliest form of samurai vassalage under the Kamakura shogunate, establishing the foundational lord-vassal relationship that would define feudal Japan. These gokunin were provincial warriors who pledged loyalty and military service to the shogun in exchange for land grants, privileges, and protection. This system created a powerful centralized military government, laying the groundwork for the samurai's dominance for centuries to come. The gokunin system emphasized mutual obligations, with the shogun providing security and rewards, and the samurai offering unwavering service and loyalty, forming the bedrock of feudal Japanese society. The samurai's approach to education was holistic, encompassing not only martial arts but also a broad range of academic and cultural subjects, embodying the ideal of Bunbu Ryodo. Children of samurai families were typically educated in reading, writing, calligraphy, history, literature, and classical Chinese texts, alongside their rigorous physical training. This comprehensive education aimed to produce well-rounded individuals capable of both fighting and governing, equipped with both physical prowess and intellectual acumen. The emphasis on learning reflected the samurai's role as not just warriors but also as administrators, poets, and cultural leaders, distinguishing them from other warrior classes around the world. The practice of kintsugi, the art of repairing broken pottery with lacquer dusted or mixed with powdered gold, silver, or platinum, embodies the wabi-sabi aesthetic and resonates with the samurai's philosophical outlook. Instead of hiding the damage, kintsugi highlights the repairs, treating breakage and repair as part of the object's history, adding to its beauty and value. This philosophy of embracing imperfection and finding beauty in resilience mirrored the samurai's own experiences of hardship, loss, and the constant striving for self-improvement. It taught that flaws and scars could enhance, rather than diminish, an object's or a person's character, transforming breakage into a unique form of strength and beauty. The intricate details of samurai armor, beyond its protective function, often incorporated symbolic elements and artistic embellishments that reflected the wearer's identity, beliefs, and aspirations. For instance, the fukigishi, the wing-like projections on the sides of the kabuto helmet, often bore the family crest, mon, serving as a clear identifier on the battlefield. The shikoro, the neck guard, was typically made of multiple lacquered plates laced together, providing flexibility while protecting the neck. Even the lacing patterns and colors, known as odoshi, could convey rank or clan affiliation, adding another layer of visual communication to the armor. These artistic and symbolic elements transformed armor from mere protective gear into a powerful statement of identity and a work of art. The samurai's deep respect for their ancestors was a fundamental aspect of their spiritual and cultural life, rooted in Shinto beliefs and Confucian filial piety. Ancestor veneration involved rituals and offerings at household altars, Butsudan or Kamidana, and family graves, expressing gratitude, seeking guidance, and maintaining a connection with the lineage. This reverence for ancestors reinforced the importance of family honor and the continuity of the samurai line, motivating individuals to live virtuously and uphold the family name. The belief that ancestors continued to watch over and influence the living provided a strong moral compass and a sense of belonging within a larger historical narrative. The concept of jisei, or death poem, was a poignant tradition among samurai, where they would compose a final poem before facing death, often before seppuku or entering a battle from which they did not expect to return. These poems typically reflected on the transient nature of life, the beauty of the world, and their acceptance of their fate, often imbued with Zen Buddhist themes of impermanence and detachment. Composing a jisei was an act of profound self-reflection and a final demonstration of their mental fortitude and poetic sensibility, allowing them to face death with dignity and a clear mind, leaving behind a final testament to their life's philosophy and courage. The practice of kakimono, or hanging scrolls, was an important art form in samurai residences, often displaying calligraphy, paintings, or poems that reflected the samurai's aesthetic taste and philosophical inclinations. These scrolls were typically displayed in the tokonoma, alcove, and changed seasonally or for special occasions, creating a focal point for contemplation and appreciation. The subjects depicted often included natural landscapes, Zen ink paintings, or portraits of revered figures, serving as a source of inspiration and a reminder of their cultural and spiritual values. The selection and display of kakimono were considered an art in themselves, demonstrating the samurai's refined sensibility and their commitment to the Bunbu Ryodo ideal. The samurai's understanding of strategy extended to the psychological aspects of warfare, including the use of intimidation and morale. They understood that a fearsome appearance, through elaborate helmets and masks, could demoralize opponents before battle even began. The use of war cries, kakego, drums, and conch shells, horogai, created a cacophony designed to instill fear in enemies and rally their own troops. Maintaining high morale among their own samurai was also crucial, achieved through inspirational leadership, shared meals, and the promise of honor and reward. This psychological warfare was an integral part of their military tactics, demonstrating a comprehensive approach to victory that went beyond mere physical combat. The intricate art of netsuki, miniature sculptures often carved from wood or ivory, served a practical purpose in samurai attire while also showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. As traditional Japanese garments like the kimono lacked pockets, netsuki were used as counterweights to hold small containers, inro, or pouches suspended from the obi, sash. These tiny sculptures often depicted animals, mythical creatures, or scenes from folklore, reflecting the samurai's personal interests and aesthetic preferences. The detailed carving and artistic expression in Netsuki highlight the pervasive nature of art and craftsmanship in samurai culture, where even functional items were imbued with beauty and meaning. The concept of yojimbo, meaning bodyguard, was a specialized role within samurai society, particularly during periods of instability or for wealthy merchants and officials. These samurai were hired for their martial prowess and loyalty to protect individuals from harm, often operating independently or as part of a larger security detail. The yojimbo exemplified the samurai's dedication to service and their skill in personal combat, demonstrating that their abilities were valuable not only on the battlefield but also in safeguarding individual lives and property. This role further illustrates the diverse ways in which samurai contributed to the social fabric of feudal Japan. The samurai's appreciation for the natural world extended to the study of botany and horticulture, particularly in the cultivation of specific plants like the bonsai and ikebana flowers. Bonsai, the art of growing miniature trees in containers, required immense patience, discipline, and an understanding of natural forms, mirroring the samurai's own rigorous training and pursuit of perfection. The careful shaping and nurturing of a bonsai tree, often passed down through generations, symbolized the continuity of life and the beauty of controlled nature. This dedication to cultivating living art forms underscored the samurai's profound connection to their environment and their ability to find deep meaning in the subtle processes of growth and transformation. The transition from the tachi to the katana as the primary sword of the samurai reflected a significant shift in combat styles and the evolving role of the warrior. The tachi, typically worn suspended from the belt with the cutting edge down, was designed for cavalry charges and drawing while mounted. As infantry combat became more prevalent, the katana, worn thrust through the obi with the cutting edge up, allowed for a quicker draw and a more efficient cutting motion in close quarters engagements. This adaptation of weaponry to suit changing battlefield conditions demonstrates the samurai's pragmatism and their continuous refinement of martial techniques, always striving for optimal effectiveness in combat. The intricate system of family crests, or mon, was a crucial element of samurai identity, serving as a visual representation of their lineage, status, and affiliation. These stylized designs, often depicting animals, plants, or geometric patterns, were emblazoned on armor, flags, clothing, and household items, providing instant recognition on the battlefield and in society. The mon was a source of immense pride and a symbol of family honor, passed down through generations. Understanding the various mon was essential for navigating the complex social and political landscape of feudal Japan, as it immediately communicated a samurai's background and allegiances. The samurai's engagement with the performing arts, particularly no and kabuki theater, provided a rich cultural experience that often reflected their own values and historical narratives. No theater, with its minimalist staging, masked actors, and poetic narratives, often explored themes of honor, duty, and the supernatural, resonating deeply with the samurai's spiritual and philosophical concerns. Kabuki, a more flamboyant and accessible form of theater, depicted dramatic tales of samurai heroism, tragic love, and moral dilemmas, entertaining and educating audiences about the ideals of Bushido. These theatrical forms allowed samurai to witness their own stories and values played out on stage, reinforcing their cultural identity and providing a powerful medium for storytelling and moral instruction. The concept of Fudoshin, or the immovable mind, was a highly valued mental state for samurai, signifying a mind that remains calm, unperturbed, and resolute in the face of danger, fear, or adversity. This mental fortitude, cultivated through rigorous training, meditation, and philosophical study, allowed a samurai to maintain composure and make clear decisions even in the most chaotic and life-threatening situations. Fudoshin was not merely the absence of fear but the ability to acknowledge fear without being controlled by it, embodying the ultimate mastery of self that was central to the samurai ideal. This unwavering mental stability was considered as crucial as physical skill for true warrior prowess. The samurai's use of calligraphy, or shodo, was not merely a form of writing but a highly respected art form that reflected their character, discipline, and aesthetic sensibilities. Each brushstroke, executed with precision and intention, was believed to reveal the inner spirit of the calligrapher. Samurai practiced shodo to cultivate mental focus, control, and an appreciation for beauty, often composing poems or philosophical maxims in elegant scripts. The act of calligraphy was a meditative practice, connecting the physical act of writing with the spiritual cultivation of self, further illustrating the Bunbu Ryodo ideal where martial and artistic pursuits were intrinsically linked. The detailed construction of samurai castles, such as Himeji Castle, involved ingenious defensive strategies beyond mere walls and moats. These included winding paths and confusing layouts designed to disorient attackers, hidden arrow slits for surprise attacks, and stone-dropping chutes to repel those who reached the base of the walls. The use of ishiotoshi, or stone-dropping windows, allowed defenders to drop rocks or boiling water onto attackers below, while mushikakushi, or warrior hiding places, provided concealed positions for ambushes. These sophisticated defensive measures highlight the advanced military engineering and strategic thinking employed by samurai architects and engineers, transforming castles into formidable bastions of power and protection. The samurai's appreciation for the sound of nature, particularly the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, or the flowing of water, was deeply intertwined with their Zen Buddhist sensibilities and their concept of mono-no aware. These subtle sounds were not mere background noise but elements of the natural world that evoked a sense of tranquility, contemplation, and the transient beauty of existence. Listening attentively to these sounds allowed samurai to cultivate mindfulness and a deeper connection to their surroundings, providing moments of peace amidst the often harsh realities of their lives. This auditory appreciation complemented their visual and aesthetic sensibilities, creating a rich sensory experience of the world around them. The practice of Go, a strategic board game, was popular among samurai and played a significant role in developing their tactical thinking, patience, and foresight. Go involves two players placing black and white stones on a grid, attempting to surround more territory than their opponent, requiring complex strategic planning, adaptability, and the ability to anticipate multiple moves ahead. For samurai, playing Go was not just a pastime but a form of mental training that honed their military strategy skills, improved their decision-making under pressure, and cultivated a calm, analytical mind. This intellectual pursuit further demonstrates the samurai's commitment to continuous self-improvement in all aspects of their lives, blending intellectual rigor with martial prowess. The samurai's use of horomono, or traditional Japanese tattooing, while not as widespread as in later periods, did exist among some warriors, often depicting protective deities, mythical creatures, or symbols of strength and courage. These tattoos were not merely decorative but were believed to offer spiritual protection in battle or to symbolize a warrior's commitment to their path. The intricate designs and the painful process of tattooing reflected a dedication to enduring hardship and a desire to embody the qualities of the figures depicted. While not universal, the presence of horomono among some samurai further illustrates the diverse ways in which they expressed their identity and beliefs. The concept of chado, or the way of tea, extended beyond the simple act of preparing and drinking tea, encompassing a profound philosophy that influenced samurai culture. It emphasized harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility, creating a spiritual practice that transcended its physical components. For samurai, engaging in chado was a way to cultivate these virtues, fostering inner peace, discipline, and an appreciation for the simple beauty of the present moment. The meticulous rituals and the serene atmosphere of the tea ceremony provided a vital counterpoint to the rigors of warrior life, allowing samurai to refine their character and connect with a deeper sense of self and the world. The samurai's understanding of loyalty, or chugi, was often tested by the complex political landscape of feudal Japan, particularly during periods of civil war where allegiances could shift dramatically. While unwavering loyalty to one's lord was paramount, there were instances where a samurai might be faced with conflicting loyalties, such as to their family, their clan, or even a higher moral principle. These dilemmas often led to profound personal struggles and sometimes tragic outcomes, highlighting the immense weight of chugi in their lives. The stories of samurai who navigated these complex loyalties, often making difficult sacrifices, became enduring legends that reinforced the importance of this core virtue within their code. The art of ukiyo-e, or pictures of the floating world, which flourished during the Edo period, often depicted samurai in various settings, from heroic battle scenes to tranquil domestic moments. These woodblock prints and paintings provided a visual record of samurai life, showcasing their elaborate armor, distinctive hairstyles, and cultural pursuits. While ukiyo-e also depicted geisha, actors, and landscapes, the samurai remained a popular subject, reflecting their enduring fascination and importance in Japanese society. These artistic representations offer a glimpse into the idealized image of the samurai, capturing their blend of martial prowess, aesthetic refinement, and stoic dignity, further cementing their legacy in popular imagination. The samurai's dedication to physical conditioning extended beyond martial arts training to include practices that enhanced their endurance, strength, and agility. This often involved rigorous exercises, long marches, and exposure to harsh weather conditions to build resilience. They understood that a strong and healthy body was essential for effective combat and for enduring the physical demands of campaigning. This commitment to physical excellence was an integral part of their disciplined lifestyle, reflecting their belief that a strong body was a reflection of a strong will and a prepared mind, always ready to face any challenge that might arise. The concept of gaman, or enduring the seemingly unbearable with patience and dignity, was a deeply ingrained virtue in samurai culture, reflecting their stoic resilience in the face of hardship. This mental fortitude allowed samurai to withstand pain, suffering, and adversity without complaint, maintaining their composure and resolve. Whether facing the rigors of training, the wounds of battle, or the emotional toll of loss, gaman enabled them to persevere with an unwavering spirit, embodying the strength of character that was central to the samurai ideal. This quiet endurance was not a sign of weakness but a powerful demonstration of inner strength and self-control, further deepening the understanding of their timeless legacy.